Can you profit from a first-class flight? I think it depends what first-class flight you're taking. How long's the flight? How expensive is it? Are you taking like an Emirates flight that's like 16 hours and $20,000? Probably not. Probably not going to get your money back on that.
Most people that fly first class are...
Oh, God. I feel like this video is going to end with Jack Pembroke duct taped to the chair. 48 fucking glasses of champagne in. Just... trying to fucking get out.
Are millionaires trying to relax.
All right, that's not a 45. Is that really a $45 glass of champagne? Oh my God, that's caviar.
But me, I'm trying to profit.
First class flights promise that gourmet food, top shelf drinks, and entertainment are all included in the price of your ticket. But does this really make it worth it? To find out, I'll be
That's a pretty cheap first class flight on Emirates.
in the price of your ticket. But does this really...
Genuinely. There's Emirates flights that are like 30 grand, 40 grand. A $4,000 first class ticket. I'm wondering how short this flight is.
Make it worth it? To find out, I'll be eating way too much, drinking a concerning amount, and experiencing all that I can. Because as someone who's never flown first class, I need to know, can I consume...
Damn, sit in seat 1A, Aura.
...more than what the first class seat costs me, equaling a profit?
Starting here at JFK Airport. That's right. I'm in...
You're Rich Joe, SMH out of touch. I'm not out of touch. I don't ride first class. The only time I ever rode first class was on a one-way flight to Austin because it was paid for by a company. Outside of that, I've had business twice, and outside of that, I ride coach. And guess what? I'm sitting middle seat because I'm flying with Brooke, and she doesn't want to sit on window. And either way, it's either window middle or middle aisle, and I'm seating in middle seat. So that's not cap.
in New York City.
That's not cap.
Hey, I'm walking here.
You fly first class. I would tell you if I fly first class. What I will say is if I ever, right, this is what I will say. If I fly to over a 6-hour flight, I'm buying a better seat, okay? I flew Coach Plus to Iceland. And if I ever flew to like Thailand or China, I'm buying the $5,000 ticket, buddy. I'm telling you that. That's what I've worked for, brother, okay? I said I want money so I could fucking travel and see the world, and I'm not sitting fucking 90-degree angle 20 hours to China, okay? I'm buying the better ticket there. Spring is here. And that means the NBA playoffs are starting up, the MLB season is kicking off, and it's the perfect time to get in on betting with DraftKings Sportsbook, the sponsor of today's video. DraftKings has it all in terms of sports betting, obviously same-game parlays, but also live betting, where you're able to bet on star player props and in-progress games as they happen live. I'm a big 3-pick parlay kind of guy. It's what I enjoy. It's what I find thrilling on the DraftKings side, but whatever you're into, DraftKings has you covered sportsbook-wise. And if sports betting is not yet available in your state, don't worry. You can still get in on the action with DraftKings Pick 6 and have a shot to win cash prizes. So sign up to DraftKings today using promo code JOEB. New sportsbook customers bet $5, get $300 in bonus bets if your bet hits. That is $300 in bonus bets if your bet hits when placing a $5 bet as a new sportsbook customer. Thank you to DraftKings for sponsoring this video. And let's get back into it.
I'm just working on my New York.
No, you're good.
Thank you, thank you. Guys, I'm about 4 hours early for my flight, intentionally. Before I even step foot on that flight, there's some things I have to take full advantage of while still in the airport. After all, the ticket I purchased cost me an eye-watering $4,600. Laugh through the pain. The flight I chose is gonna take us from New York City to Milan, Italy, and it's the absolute cheapest ticket I
Was that like a 9-hour flight?
could find, which
8-hour
means
flight?
it's an overnight flight. To make this as fair as possible, I'm gonna factor in the average flight cost
Oh, he's taking a red eye. Red eye 8-hour, 9-hour.
of an economy ticket.
What do you ideally want a red eye, though, if you're flying that far? So then you land and it's the next morning?
From New York City to Milan, which is around $671. That leaves us with $3,329 of stuff that I need to get out of this ticket in order to turn a profit.
Oh, he's minusing the average cost because it's like, okay, the plane itself, you're paying that amount of money anyway.
First order of business, the Emirates Luxury First Class Lounge, where all drinks and food are free. and unlimited. Hey, how's it going? It's my first time flying first class.
All right, Mr. Jack Colton.
Yes, sir. Oh my gosh. Whew, we're in for a treat.
This place had it all. You know you're somewhere luxurious when the drinks have fruit in them. There was a wide array of desserts, some I've never even seen before.
That shit looks disgusting. That looks good. What the fuck is that? Oh my god. Is that like fried like rice string? Oh, coconut crusted roasted pineapple orange cinnamon sauce. Pass. Pass.
Seen before. Tons of different hot foods as well as cold ones. Every beverage imaginable.
My goal in life is to get to a higher class on an airlines. Like, I would love to be like a Delta Gold member. And you have to just fucking fly with the same company over and over again, because then you get access to this shit for like free. If you get to that level of like aura, you know, when you fly that much. You get like a Delta 1, Delta Platinum. Now you're like fucking taking flights all the time. You're getting free check bags. Yo, best believe I'm taking a shot of Henny here. Is this free? Is this free?
Tons of
Can I have the king in me? Is there any LeBron Henny?
alcohol, including top tier champagne and more. I was a bit overwhelmed, but with time already ticking, I loaded up on a bunch of items and brought them right back to my table.
It is very quiet in the lounge. I tried to get what looked to be the most expensive. The way these videos work is each item that I consume, I am gonna assign a value to based on what I think is worth it. This plate of food here has pasta, fish, don't even know what that is, and 2 stuffed dates. I'm gonna call that $12. I also got not one, but 2.
So Jack's just eyeballing. We're just eyeballing. Yeah, we just got some tuna sashimi, so I'm gonna say that's probably about, I don't know. Actually, I think I could do this. 4 pieces of tuna sashimi is $16. Let's say that. 16 bucks. $4 a piece. $4 a piece. Probably lower grade tuna. Maybe 20 bucks.
2 of these plates of tuna, we'll say those are about $15 each.
That's fair. That's fair.
I also got this dessert. I don't even know how to begin to describe this thing.
You don't know math. You're a fucking cornball. Hey, let's rewind so I could show you how you're wrong. $16, $4 a piece. 4, 8, 12, 16. Oh.
We'll say those are about this thing. We'll say $5 to drink. I got a
the loofah dessert. Ooh, a silver bullet diet Pepsi.
Diet Pepsi and a glass of champagne. I looked up the bottle online. We're gonna say it's about $20 a glass. The plane boards in about 2.5 hours, and I am sick of yapping, so I am gonna dig into this food.
I've never gotten drunk on a flight before.
That is so good. I'm gonna try the champagne. That's pretty strong.
Really? Yeah. Oh. See, now I can't tell that story. Never mind.
Every time I return to it, hits me like a truck. Bottoms up.
I've gotten high on a plane. Okay, so here's what I've done. Okay, so I'm not gonna tell a specific story, but there's been times where I've been in front of TSA and I eat a Scooby snack and then I walk in.
Every minute in here could be used profiting, so I'm going back for seconds.
I demolished the last of this meal like a boss, and my table was immediately clean.
I've never been, okay, no, I was drunk on a plane going to Mexico. But it was like, not really a drunk, it was more of a buzz. It's in the vlog. Me and Chris showed up. It was like 7 a.m. The bar just opened, and I got 2 shots of Di Serrano and Coke. I think I slammed like a fucking beer. I think I had a Kona Big Wave. Something else. Maybe a glass of wine. Just trying to get myself tired.
Off.
It's the worst, though. Dude, it's like awesome because you fall asleep, and then you wake up, and you're still on the plane, and you're like, oh, because you're like half hungover, tired as hell, empty stomach. I just have like fucking Chardonnay sitting there.
Do you have like a favorite champagne?
They're both good.
They're both good.
Can't go wrong with champagne.
Right? Thank you. That guy probably owns Apple or something. I don't know. Meal number 2, acquired. I got 2 more of these tuna things because they're really easy to get down and they seem expensive. This challenge is about being
Yeah, Jack's gonna have the bubble shits on this fucking Emirates flight, dude. Just eating, what is he at? He's at 16 pieces of fucking sashimi.
calculated. I got what looks like to be some sort of fancy cake. To drink, I got a hibiscus lemonade and another glass of champagne. I asked one of the potential billionaires that I'll be flying with which champagne is the best.
They're both good.
They're both good. So I'm trying this one, which I haven't had before. Let's give it a shot. That's worse than the other one.
Oh, I finished another plate of tuna and put some work in on this cake here.
The more tuna I'm eating, the more fishy it's becoming. After a while, it starts to taste like it was swimming at one point. You know, I'm gonna see if I can one bite this thing. It's a big bite.
That's so gross. I love tuna, but that's disgusting. We're just getting a mouthful.
A lot of tuna.
This turned out to be
Oh, a mouthful of raw fish.
a terrible decision.
I didn't think I'd be coming with an update to you guys this quickly, but
His alcohol tolerance is nuts. Bro, I feel like it's not. I feel like it's not, though, Zeusy. If me and him end up doing this fucking cruise thing together, I feel like I could outdrink Jack. I told him, I said, if we're staying in the same room, dude, and I black out, I might just piss in the corner, bro. Like, you might see some crazy shit out of me, Jack. I'm just letting you know, man. I literally, word for word, I told him that. He was like, okay.
I'm 2 courses in and I'm already starting to kind of feel it. The tuna, I think I'm done with. I have like an hour before the flight. We're just getting started. This is gonna get pretty degenerate, I'd imagine. I'm already the loudest and youngest person in here, so I can't even imagine what this flight's gonna be like. I am so excited. I'm gonna go refill.
Sneak in the mini Jack Daniels shots, Jack.
Profiting.
I knew I had to make this last hour count, so I started speed running. Desserts on desserts, coffee from a fancy machine, and not one, but
He had like 20 glasses of he had like 20 glasses of champagne in that one video. Brother, have you seen my 36 drink Mexico vlog? Let me tell you, I think I put an all-star performance out. I laid it out all on the field on that day. That day was rough. Hold up. Let me pull it up. Self-glaze? Oh, I'm self-glazing. I was proud of myself. Oh, wait, this is me. It was 2:30 a.m., bro. Put p.m. Oh my God, yo, emptied my guts right when I fucking stepped in there, dude. Holy shit. I'm in the bathroom just rambling myself about how I love the fucking bartender, dude. This shit's rough. This was bad news. I was doing Dos Equis shot. That was the play. Oh, there's Brady.
Brady approved. Cloak approved.
Where's the bean dinner? Wherever the bean dinner was, I fucking threw up after that. That was bad. Oh my God. Where's the bean dinner? Oh, here's the Dos Equis.
Drink number 4. Good as usual. 7 out of 10.
Shot of tequila.
Oh God, we were just drinking with random people, dude. That's the problem with all-inclusive. You just walk up, they're like, hey, you want a shot? You just go, oh yeah. Had a margarita. Oh my God. Tecate. Oh, Tecate Light. Yo, that's probably a top 5 beer. Tecate Light canned. Oh, watch this. That was just some old guy. Oh, he was trying to hook Chris up with his daughter. I remember that. He was like, my daughter's hot. I was like, what? Fucking weird-ass conversation with that guy. My daughter's a catch. I was like, okay, calling your daughter beautiful versus hot, 2 different things. Zins? Oh, I was zinning up a storm there, brother. Peep that Budweiser shirt. Fashion. Hold up.
Drinks. I'm gonna drink.
Oh my God, I drank that. No, that's where it went downhill. That was just a bottle of fucking wine.
It's a Vino Blanco. Whatever the fuck.
Bro, and I counted that as 1 drink. That is not 1 drink. That is a mini bottle of wine. I just drank it. Oh God. No, the bean dinner. Dude, no. After this, dude, I cut it. The bean, dude, we started, I was so drunk at dinner that I just started putting beans in everybody's drinks because they had like fucking beans on the ground for some reason. They were just raw beans. I tried eating one and they served the shrimp with the heads on. So I was so dry, I was just fucking eating them. I went, I gotta go piss real quick. Fucking threw up in the toilet at dinner. I stroll back in, I go, I think I'm gonna go get food at the buffet. And then I strolled over to the buffet. Bro, that shit was so, yo, one of my friends, oh my God, that I'll drink with, Jay, you've seen him, we need 2K. He said there was one time, this is a side note, I feel like I've done this all the time. I'll be like, I gotta go piss. I just go fucking vomit. Just get a quick rejuice. Come back out. He said there was one time he was at a concert. Or no, it wasn't a concert. It was like a baseball game. And they had a lot of porta potties lined out. And he really had to throw up, but there was a huge line. So he walked to the front of the line and goes, yo, do you guys care if I go throw up real quick? And so they let him through. He said he got into the porta potty and just vomited all over the walls, missed the toilet, and then just walked out. That is the funniest shit ever, bro. To be like, oh yeah, you're next. Oh yeah, no, that's all you. And then the next person that let you cut to walk in and just see that shit.
But 2, actually 3.
Oh my God, while I was in Boston, somebody pooped in the urinal at a porta potty. You'll see it in the vlog. Disgusting. Human turd. Just in the fucking porta potty. Like in the urinal, just like laid a log.
Glasses of champagne. Looking back, I can't believe I actually drank this much in such a short amount of time. Do not try this at home, please. The lounge started to fill up, so I couldn't slow down. Tuna wasn't an option anymore, which left me with one more choice. Champagne.
I'm not gonna lie to you guys, I think I overdid the champagne. I feel crazy right now. I think we're gonna have to switch up the drink selection.
I thought I'd try out this beer. It tasted like beer, and oh boy, was it hard to get down. I was then gifted.
Bro, why are you drinking so much liquid? Ugh. Dude, whatever that slaw is on the bottom is no. No, I'm not eating that.
A whole chicken sandwich, compliments of the chef, so of course I deleted it.
My flight is boarding very soon. I think the method is get a couple more drinks in and save my appetite for the plane. On board, they're gonna have a lot nicer and more expensive items.
Bro, why are we just eating raw fish? I mean, yo, this is actually the worst combination you could possibly have. No rice, no carbs in the stomach. Just straight raw tuna and ceviche and fucking just Chardonnay. Chardonnay champagne.
A couple more drinks in and save my appetite for the plane. On board, they're gonna have a lot nicer
What would you eat? I don't know. I would feel like I would carb up if I'm planning on drinking.
and more expensive items to take advantage of. For now, let's keep profiting.
Chardonnay. You guys are making fun of how I say it. Oh, Chardonnay. Oh, Chardonnay. Sorry. Chardonnay while I play Pokemon on my Switch.
It's not often you have champagne free at your disposal, so I thought before we get on this flight, let's take full advantage.
What are we doing, bro? Yo, maybe I'm wrong, bro. He puts them down, dude. What? What? Yo, he's like 9 glasses of fucking champagne in. Yo, and then to just be fucking just tumble on the flight. Stumble on the flight. Just go, I gotta use the bathroom. I gotta go pee. I gotta go pee. Just fucking yak.
That's gonna kick in real soon. Surprise food, surprise food. Guys, I was delivered a mini cheesecake without warning. Add it to the total. That's the best I've had. I think I'm gonna eat it all.
I went right back to the champagne. 1, 2.
Bro, there's no way this is a new clip. There's no way this is a new clip. You're lying.
3 glasses later, and I was feeling great.
I feel like someone would say something. If you're a worker at this Emirates lounge and you see Jack Pembroke down 12 glasses of fucking champagne in like 30 minutes, I'm going, yo.
Oh, that was terrible.
So it was
They're going to call someone.
a good thing we were boarding any minute now.
All right, guys, I met a fellow passenger. I'm here with
John McCoy.
You've flown first class a couple times.
Yes,
If you don't mind me asking, what do you do for a living?
I'm an importer. I import menswear from Italy.
Menswear.
Yeah.
So like what I'm wearing now, like clothing and stuff?
Yeah, men's clothing. A little better than that, but yeah.
Yeah. John McCoy. So I was curious, how much did you pay for your ticket?
I think $3,000.
Sweet.
Well, Emirates, I think, is the best airline that I've flown. Service is good, the food is good. It's the best that there is.
So if you have any advice for anybody watching on the other side who wants to maybe be an entrepreneur or make it, what's your advice?
My advice to anybody who wants to make it, first of all, love what you do. Yeah, if you don't like what you do, I couldn't think of a more miserable existence. Number two is be passionate about what you're doing and work hard. If you can do that, you have a good life. Yeah.
Remind me your name? My flight is boarding any minute now. I have one last idea for how we can profit big before we leave the lounge. In the distance is a boatload of alcohol that is free for the taking.
Yo, if he walks up and steals a bottle of alcohol, yo, I'm telling you that right now. If I'm on a Jack video and he gets up to those shenanigans, I'm walking the next direction. I don't know Jack Pembroke. I've never heard the name. Dude, we gotta steal a bottle of Hennessy from the bar. Nope. Nope.
If I can somehow, some way finesse a
We gotta go finesse this.
bottle, that would be huge in terms of profit. Wish me luck.
With staff all around me and my plane about to board, I had to make this quick yet discreet.
Guys, this bottle of Don Julio might just be small enough.
Bro, that is the worst fucking bottle you could steal. That is the worst bottle. Don Julio, there's gotta be more expensive shit, bro.
Of Don Julio might just be small enough to fit in my backpack. You have to be smart about this. We got it. Your boy just finessed a $60 bottle of.
Bro, that guy definitely saw him.
We got it. We got it. Your boy just finessed a $60 bottle of alcohol. It's literally in my backpack. I don't know how we're gonna do this, but I know for a fact it's possible. Luckily, we are just getting started. The items and amenities they have on.
Yo, Jack, if we start stealing the sample fucking shampoos from the Emirates fucking first class lounge and try to tick that off on the dollar menu.
On this airplane are unlike any.
Bro, this is like when he was stealing the fucking soaps from the cruise ship and he was like filling his fucking bag with like random fucking hotel room items.
Anything I've ever seen, and I am absolutely ready to take full advantage. I gotta board my plane. I am so excited. Let's do this. Thank you so much. I have always wanted to fly first class. It has been a bucket list thing for me for so long. Here we go. First. Thank you.
I'm not gonna lie, boarding this plane, I felt like a young crypto millionaire, but deep down inside, I was struggling to hold.
I have to pee. Just staring, looking through the flight attendant's eyes. I have to pee. I have to pee really bad.
Back my excitement. And before I knew it, I saw my seat
Just throws up on the door outside of it.
for the very first time.
Gosh. Holy
Throws up in the corner. Just starts mushing the pillow into it. I gotta hide the vomit.
Is this crazy to you? This is crazy for me. I'm freaking out. This is the nicest anything I've ever been on in my entire life. I'm sweating because I'm so nervous of where I am. Growing up, I used to watch these videos of Casey Neistat going in these.
Bro, that was actually peak YouTube. Watching all the Casey Neistat videos of him riding like his automatic skateboard around New York City and then going aboard these fucking $20,000 flights.
First class seats, and I never thought that I would be in this position. Once we take off, I'm gonna give you guys a seat tour. We we have officially taken off from New York City. It's about time I give you guys a suite tour. And yes, it is called a suite, not a seat. That is the level of luxury we've reached. First things first, this is the seat. I mean, come on. And I'll be the first to say this is easily the most comfortable airplane seat I've ever.
I keep thinking about him just asking to pee. That would be the funniest thing ever. Sorry, I gotta stop. I gotta
Ever
stop
sat
thinking
in.
about
This is a view of the legroom.
that. They're just being vomit in the corner. Vomit in the corner. And just like a roll of paper towels. Just like mushed up on it. Ignore that. Ignore that.
Feet can't even touch the wall. If we're being honest, you could probably fit a whole nother human down there. Gotta put that back. See what I mean? Now this seat comes with tons of free amenities that we can add to our total, including
A toiletries bag. Inside is Axe body spray, a middle school classic, a comb, a tissue,
Oh my god, that ice chill body spray. Yo. I would fucking tape that shut and throw it over my seat.
a toiletries bag. Inside is Axe body spray,
Axe bomb.
a middle school classic, a comb, a tissue, a cleansing towel, shaving cream, a razor,
How much did he add on the cleansing
a
towel?
middle school classic, a comb, a tissue, a cleansing towel,
$4, Jack, for the cleansing towel. This shit looks like a tampon, brother. We're gonna count this as $4.
shaving cream, a razor, a toothbrush with toothpaste, and some earplugs. Nice.
and a bunch of luxury toiletries and fragrances from this company, Bulgari, I think. I don't know. Apparently this brand is quite expensive, so hopefully this will help towards our profit. Smells great.
We also got some headphones, which are actually nicer than expected. We get a touchscreen TV that you can control from this little
And 4 FPS. Why is every airplane fucking touchscreen just so slow?
We get a touchscreen TV that you can control from this little iPad here, and on the TV is a subscription to every streaming platform for free.
I was also given this bag here that includes,
Some slippers and pajamas.
they're quite comfortable. I've also discovered a secret compartment here. And when it opens, you got a mirror and a bunch of toiletries. Facial toner, eye cream, a towelette, and pillow mist. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that. Pillow mist review. Guys, this is just a game changer. My pillow is wet now. Okay, pillow mist, nice. Also, if you want some added privacy,
Yo, does it not look like he has his pajamas on backwards?
you can press this button here, and there you go. The doors retract. I am in my own personal private area right now. If you press this button here, you also get your own personal tray table, and maybe the coolest part of all, all of these beverages and snacks
Are those like fucking pickled eggs? What is that?
at your disposal. Regular water, sparkling water, chocolates, snack
Oh, those look like pickled eggs. That's just chocolate. Indian masala mix.
mix, you name it, all completely free. Now this flight is only 8 hours long.
Bro, when I flew home from Iceland, there was a lady that was eating raw salmon and pickled eggs. And she sat right next to us and she was watching like a raunchy, like 50 Shades of Grey film. And she would lean back and like yell at her husband. She would go, "Are you full? Do you want any more?" And it would just be like hard-boiled eggs and fucking salmon.
And as much as I
Yuck.
would love to relax,
Like out of a bag.
I'm here on a mission to profit. Are you guys serving right now?
Whenever you would like to eat, that's when we prepare.
Whenever I want.
Yeah.
Can I do a champagne?
Champagne?
Thank you.
They brought out a 2015 aged Dom Perignon bottle. No idea what
Just leave the bottle, big dog. Just set down the bottle.
that means. All I know is it's expensive.
Do you guys have caviar?
Yes, we do. We can have anything you want from the menu at any time you want.
So unlimited, basically.
But what he didn't know is I was gonna push the full limits of that.
I looked it up, and apparently this champagne is like $45 a glass. So if I can get enough of these down, it'll help immensely.
Yeah, enough of these down. How many does he need to get down? He's got $2,500 left, divided by 45. Oh, yeah, Jack, you only got to put down 55 glasses of champagne.
Towards our profit. Cheers. Tastes like every other champagne. I ordered some caviar, so hopefully that comes soon.
Before my caviar arrived, I was brought an appetizer.
I got some prosciutto and melon, and
I'm not eating that. I am not eating that. Let me tell you, bros, that's sour cream and fucking ceviche. No.
burrata with tomatoes.
That's just not for me, bruh.
That bite I just took was peak. Got my champagne refilled. Yeah. Whoa, turbulence. Oh.
My caviar arrived along with all of its different toppings, a basket of bread, another
I would just get that re-upped a million times. I'd say, hey, let me get another bread basket, big dog. Let me get another bread basket. Make sure it's warm.
bread, another glass of champagne, of course, and this menacing mystery shot of vodka.
I've had caviar in the past. It is very fishy, but it is extremely expensive. I will eat as many freaking fish eggs as I need to if it means we can profit from this flight.
Picking it up with his hands.
Let's try this caviar. Whew, that is really fishy. Ugh. Cheers.
Bro's not even enjoying it. Just eating it for the dollar amount.
That hits. Absolutely freaking smoked. It also came with this shot of vodka. Let's give it a shot. I honestly never thought that I would experience this level
Hey, look at that jackass. What is he filming?
of luxury. So thank you guys so much for watching my videos. Beyond all these adventures, there is a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes, like emailing, scripting, or planning my next video. And doing all of these things would be a whole lot harder without Grammarly. Grammarly with the link in the description. Now let's get back to profiting. Oh my gosh. Amazing. Thank you. Steaks here.
Nah, that's pissing me off. That's actually pissing me off. I can't eat that shit.
Here we got a beautiful filet. Mignon. And for a side, some asparagus, and I don't know what that is.
I love asparagus too. What is that? It's like little onions.
Let me know in the comments. I also got another glass of fancy champagne. I can't believe they served that on a plane. That tasted like Nick DiGiovanni himself cooked that.
Another one.
We have currently less than 3 hours until we arrive at our destination. These last 3 hours truly determine if we can pull this off or not. I'm starting to get
Dude, and imagine stumbling off this flight, no sleep, pissed, drunk in Italy.
a little bit nervous, I'm not gonna lie, but it's time to lock in, baby. Could I get 3 orders of caviar at one time? Is that possible?
The thing is, it won't fit. That's the thing.
What if it's just the eggs? If it could do 3 at once?
Oh my god, just a bowl of caviar. That is foul. That is foul.
And then if I could also get 3 glasses of champagne at one time. Okay. Has anyone ever ordered three at once?
Never.
Never? If they actually deliver this request, we'll know for a fact this is possible. I'm not gonna lie, I highly doubt they're gonna do that.
Of course, I slammed these 3 glasses, which ended up being the intro of this video.
But me, I'm trying to profit. Okay, 3 orders of caviar. I specifically asked for sour cream and lemon. It kind of gets rid of the fishiness and makes it way easier to eat. As much as I don't want to eat all this, there's only one way to do this.
Yo. Oh my God. I can't imagine having to put that down, dude. His stomach is so, bro, it is just churning.
I don't think there's a less enjoyable way to do a food.
Could I go pee? Dude, that's the funniest part. Is if he asked, instead of just getting up and going to take a piss. Can I help you with anything? Could I go pee?
First class flight. I'm sure you guys can tell, but I am cooked. I think if I have one more bite of caviar or one more sip of champagne, it might all come up. But I don't want to quit because I owe it to you guys to give it my all. If I want any chance of complete...
Goes to take a shower in the fucking Emirates bathroom, just starts vomiting in the shower, pushing it down the drain. Sir, is everything okay in there? Yeah, sorry, I really had to pee. Sorry, I just have to pee.
This challenge and profiting, I gotta lock in.
The sun started to rise, and I'm not gonna lie, I only became more tired, but my brain wouldn't let me give up.
Many hours ago when I first got on board, I booked a shower. Yes, this plane has an actual shower on board. What timeline do I live in, bruh? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the shower. I have all of this to myself. What the heck is this? Here is the toilet. Very sanitary. Tons of toiletries to my
Taking that fucking stupid ass paper shit off. I'm going bare ass on that toilet.
disposal. And I even have the option to heat the floors. I can currently feel my feet being heated. I can't believe I'm here. I'm gonna go ahead and hop in the shower and make the most of this. I can't believe I'm on an airplane. I gotta profit as much as possible to make sure we pull this off. I'm gonna dry off and I'm back to my seat.
Dude, it'd be so funny if he just blacked out in one of these videos and forgot he had to fucking film this and he just started recording random clips of him just refilming the intro like 9 times. But I'm here to profit.
I returned to my seat with a bright blue sky. Guys, we got about an hour left of this flight, and I know if we want any chance of profiting, the next hour is absolutely crucial. The only way we can do this is if I go absolute degen mode and put everything on the line. We've determined that champagne and caviar is the best profit method possible, and luckily for
No way he orders more.
us, it's unlimited. So I'm gonna put that to the test and get as much as humanly possible for the last hour of our flight. Let's do this thing. Can I put in another order? This is a crazy ask, but
Yo, this guy, fear in his eyes. Oh my God, what is he about to ask for?
could I do 4 champagnes and 4 caviar?
You just wait a little bit, and then I can see if I can accommodate that for you. I'll just check and come back to you.
Thank you so much.
problem.
Guys, we've reached a point where they're worried that I'm gonna eat all the caviar and drink all the champagne on board. They don't even know if there's gonna be enough for anybody else. I'm not gonna lie, I have a raging headache right now, and
Oh my God, he's getting hungover near the end of the flight.
I don't feel my best, but I can't
That's why I never understand I understand champagne's expensive, but all of these videos he drinks wine, and wine is like one of the worst alcohols that it makes you feel like shit. Like there's stuff in wine, I don't know what it's called, but it makes you hungover. Like worse than regular. What in wine makes you hungover? Yeah, tannins and histamines found in higher concentrations. Oh, in red wine specifically. Oh, it's more red wine. Sulfites, high sugar content. I don't know, dude. I just feel like I would just be drinking.
give up. I hope they can make accommodations and we can pull this off. It's weird because this challenge is so much shorter than my other profit challenges, but I think this might be the hardest one I've done yet. I just hope they can give me those items.
A specific amount for other passengers to order as well.
Okay. Yeah.
We can do 2.
You can do 2.
Yeah.
2 caviars?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Can I have however much champagne?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Can I do 4 glasses then?
Oh my god, he's so drunk. Oh my god, he's so drunk. Talking to this guy. Holy fuck. Okay. So
We might just be in luck. They said they can give me 2 caviars and as
oh my god, the light's back in his eyes. He's excited.
much champagne as I want. We have to absolutely grind if we want to pull this off. Wish me luck. I'm gonna need it. I was just served, and apparently they can only give me 2 glasses of champagne now. Apparently this is to keep alcohol control. I don't even know. Ultimately, I think they won't serve me anymore because
Jack, you gotta go take a little quick piss and you come back and now you're sober. You gotta just go a little quick pee break, buddy. Come back stone cold. Of 4 glasses of champagne.
I've had too much. There's really nothing I can do about it. Oh, I'm dying.
Wow, he actually got cut off.
In front of me.
We get the pee joke. Oh, do you? See, so here's the thing. Here's the funny thing. Here's the funny thing about the pee joke. So what I'm trying to say is Jack would go ask the flight attendant if he could go pee, right? And that's already innately funny because it's like, why are you asking? And then he would go into the bathroom, and instead of peeing, he would throw up.
Are 2 huge things of caviar and 2 glasses of champagne. I have never felt more sick in a challenge ever. I wish I was over-exaggerating this for the challenge, but I just want to go to sleep. I have like the worst headache ever. I guess I have no choice but to demolish this. God, bro. I can't believe how bad the caviar started to get and how salty and tough it was.
Yo, that is the funniest clip I've ever seen.
Can't believe how
Holy
bad
shit.
the caviar started to get and how salty and tough it was to get down. It only got worse. I'm so tired. I'm so full. I don't want to drink these champagnes at all. This is me trying to keep my eyes open, by the way. I honestly thought about falling asleep here, but I didn't somehow. In fact, I pulled myself up and downed these 2 glasses of champagne back to back. There's a good chance I might have to go to the bathroom for this. Looking back, I don't really remember much of this. All I know is this was the most down bad I've ever been for a profiting challenge, and I usually
He needs to be. And it all loops back, chat. And it all loops back.
never do this, but I came to a conclusion, and this was my plan. Guys, I'm trying to stay strong, but I think right now the best thing I can do is take a 25-minute nap, and I'll see you guys on the other side.
I think it's a bad play. Because he's going to wake up and he's going to feel worse.
That's what I do. I go, boom. This is the reality. This is it. And this 25 minutes of rest ended up being more like an hour. I slept through my alarm. The plane is landing now. In this moment, I did feel very defeated, but looking back, it's kind of insane that I was able to drink 22 glasses of champagne and profit over
Oh my God.
$3,000 in such a short time frame. All in all, I'd consider that a win. I am now convinced there's no way to profit off a first class ticket. 150,000 likes, I'll continue the series. I gotta go get some sleep.
Continue the series and do fucking what? Train rides? I feel like, bro, he's done so much. That was a good ass video though. Bro had 12 drinks in the lounge before flying and looked stone cold sober. Actually, literally perfectly sober. He was like, all right, now let's lock in for the actual challenge. Was there an advanced civilization before us? Chat, lock in.
Civilization before us? Millions believe one existed during the last ice age, and that a cataclysm erased every trace. But I spent weeks going through the actual peer-reviewed evidence to find out the truth. Let's find out.
Hell no, there was not an advanced civilization before us. Wouldn't we find their fossils and shit? Like, when you actually go back, there were civilizations in the BC time that had, like, advanced tools, but they were still stuck in the Stone Age, you know? You, like, using obsidian blades or sharpened stones, sticks. Maybe they had bow and arrows, but, like, I mean, they weren't, you know, fucking crafting armor out of metal in, like, 5000 BC.
But how long it takes to erase a civilization? For decades,
Were they?
the academic consensus was straightforward. Human culture slowly evolved in complexity, inventing agriculture, then civilization, only around 5,000 years ago. But then something strange emerged from the
I always think about the first motherfucker that had to get bareback on a horse. You ever think about that shit? Like, we tamed horses, like, I don't know if it was, like, in Asia. I'm pretty sure horses originated from Asia, but, like, you're in, like, Mongolia, and you were just, like, you snuck up to a horse and then just got on top of it. It was probably, like, taming it first, you know, where you, like, kind of feed it food, and then it becomes more friendly with you, and then you try to ride it, but it's, like,
archaeological
that had to be hard. That had to be so hard.
Agriculture didn't develop in one place and spread from there. It was independently invented in 6 separate regions, all after the Ice Age ended. That's a remarkable coincidence. Author Grant Hancock has an explanation. 12,000 years ago, there was an advanced civilization that was wiped out by the catastrophic end of the last Ice Age.
The city of Atlantis? What the fuck are we talking about? There was an advanced civilization.
Survivors scattered across the world and seeded new cultures, which is why civilizations seem to appear everywhere at once. And honestly, the idea isn't crazy on its face. We know
No, it's fucking insane. If there was an advanced civilization that close together, and then after an ice age they all split off, why are they all the same, like, ethnicity? Wouldn't that not be, like, wouldn't that not make any sense? Like, maybe I'm not just understanding this, but if they had, like, an advanced central civilization and then the ice age caused everybody to split off and start rebranching societies elsewhere, like, they wouldn't become different ethnic people in that time frame after the ice age till now. Like, they would have had to all be like, okay, well, all the Mayans come with me. We're gonna go down there.
that the end of the last Ice Age was brutal. Temperatures swung
Mutations? Bro, what, did a fucking nuclear bomb go off? What do you mean mutations?
violently during the Younger Trias.
That's like thousands of years. I'm pretty sure the last ice age was not too... The last ice age was 20,000 years ago. That is not enough time. Did he say 200,000 years ago? The last ice age was 20K years ago. That is not enough time for them to change ethnic background.
And when it ended, sea levels rose by hundreds of feet, swallowing coastlines whole. So when skeptics ask, where's the evidence? Hancock and his supporters have an answer ready. The Earth ate it. The rising sea levels covered up coastal settlements while comet impacts caused global destruction. Villages
How are we finding fucking dinosaur bones, but the Earth covered every other piece of evidence that this existed?
were abandoned while advanced technology slowly corroded into dust. Randall Carlson, another prominent proponent, said that if a cataclysm happened to our society, after 10,000 years, only Mount Rushmore and the pyramids would be left.
Well, it's really how advanced are these civilizations? Wouldn't there be record of, like, chemical activity or radiation or I mean, like, radiation would disappear, but I'm saying, like, wouldn't there be some sort of, like, chemical or biological aftermath that would still be readable, even if there wasn't physical, you know, artifacts from a time of an advanced civilization? There would be some sort of means. I almost just turned shield mode on, my bad. There'd be some way of telling.
And if that's true for us, there would be nothing left of a civilization that thrived all the way back during the Ice Age. But would everything in our society really turn to dust in only 10,000 years? Luckily for us, a random 1980 study from the US Department of Energy answered just that. They set out to find the best materials to make nuclear waste containers that would last for thousands of years. And the results are catastrophic for Carlson's argument. First, let's look at steel, a material that corrodes quickly. Steel corrodes at a maximum of 4.8 inches every 10,000 years, meaning that a steel axe would almost certainly turn to dust in way less than 10,000 years.
Dude, turn to dust? I knew it corroded and rusted. I didn't know it would go away that quick. Wait, so something like the Statue of Liberty, do they have to constantly repair that? Because at some point, isn't it going to become so structurally unsound that it's like unusable
But larger
all the time? What's copper? It's still a metal that corrodes.
objects such as a solid anvil or engine block might still be around. And remember, 4 inches is the maximum corrosion rate. The minimum rate is only 0.73 inches after 10,000 years. So an anvil...
Copper doesn't corrode. Yes, copper corrodes. It doesn't rust. Instead, it oxidizes to perform a protective layer. Don't you always wish you could see the Statue of Liberty before it turned green? I always think about that shit, bro. When the French gave it to us, it was fucking brown.
5, especially if buried. Everyone knows that steel corrodes quickly, but what about copper? At a maximum, copper corrodes 0.54 inches every 10,000 years, meaning that if this copper axe blade sat exposed for 10,000 years, this is what it would look like. But if it was buried, it would take 29,000 years to corrode just half an inch. And this is confirmed by the archaeological record. Copper artifacts have been found dating back to well over 8,500 years ago, many still in great condition. If an advanced...
How did they figure out how... Wait, hold up. Actually, genuine question here. How did they figure out how to use metal off, like, in earlier societies? Like, obviously, I understand, like... I keep using the word obviously too much. Sorry. I know that obsidian flaking exists and rock flaking, where they start, hitting rocks against each other or sharp objects, and then they basically create a blade through, like, enough repetition. But with something like metal that they have to, like, smelt down, how are they getting that out of the ground in a hunk that is then formable to a metal that they could use? I'm not even talking about steel, where they're, like, combining things. Like, I'm not talking about Andrew Carnegie shit, where it's like, oh, it was really expensive to make this. I'm saying, like, early iron work. I'm assuming they got, like, really big iron fragments out of the ground, and then they just put it in a really hot fire and then went boom, 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 and shaped it. And that was, like, before they were able to combine metals to make them stronger.
Technology existed at the end of the last ice age, we would without a doubt find evidence. But we don't. What about gold? How would this gold coin look in 10,000 or 100,000 years? Well, just like this. Pure gold does not corrode whatsoever. If this supposed civilization ever made a gold ring, coin, or bar, we would be able to find one. But the oldest gold artifacts are only about 6,000 years old.
Holy aura. Wow. Yo, he got buried with, like, fucking $1 million in gold on his body, bro. That shit has to be so expensive.
And years old. But what if this civilization had existed way before us, like 300,000 or over 1 million years ago? We actually have millions of artifacts from this time period. Archaeologists have found stone tools dating back well over 3 million years ago. There are literal fields of ancient hand axes made by other human species in Africa that are still sharp. This very hand axe was actually collected...
This is what I was talking about, though, where they're, like, flaking rocks.
...by a friend of mine in South Africa. In all likelihood, it is the handiwork of another human species. It's really insane when you think about it. Stone tools last virtually forever, and so does glass. If a civilization ever made a glass cup or a window, we could find evidence. But ceramics are a different story. Believe it or not, there is evidence of ceramics dating back to 30,000 years ago.
Some wrecking balls.
At the site of Dolní Věstonice in Czechia, archaeologists have discovered small ceramic figurines that were superheated in furnaces. They are associated with the Gravettian culture, a people that made stone tools, lived in temporary huts, and hunted megafauna. And if some random figurines made by Stone Age hunters can survive 30,000 years, so could evidence of an advanced civilization. But that's just not the case. Ceramic...
Oh, no, but the Earth buried it. Oh, no, but the Earth buried it. You don't understand. There was an advanced civilization. They had flying cars. I mean, think of the Jetsons. And then the asteroids hit.
Technology was never used for anything useful by the Gravettians, and they eventually...
Then the asteroids hit, and we said, let's divide everybody by race and send them to different islands, and they'll start their own civilizations there.
...abandoned the practice.
Fucking stupid-ass idea.
It would take thousands of years for humans to rediscover ceramics first in China and gradually throughout the rest of the world. And none of this evidence suggests the existence of a civilization. What's more is that Randall's argument completely falls apart when we look at other forms of evidence. What's more is that
What bird is that? Is that like a peacock fucking dinosaur hybrid, dude? What am I looking at?
Randall's argument completely falls apart when we look at other forms of evidence. We have dozens of entire perfectly preserved Ice Age animals that have remained frozen for over 30,000 years.
Wow, that's from 32,000 years ago? That's crazy it's that preserved, man.
These spears right here have survived 300,000 years in a German lake bed.
What? Some Homo sapien was using this shit 300,000 years ago? That's a good stick. That's like one of those walking sticks you find on a hike and you take it home.
Years in a German lake bed because they were in a low oxygen environment. The Earth ate it argument collapses under scrutiny, and honestly it is the main reason I don't believe the ancient civilization narrative. I have personally found copper artifacts dating back over 5,000 years from the old copper culture of North America. Furthermore, the lead pollution from the old copper culture is detectable in lake sediment cores, and elsewhere where ice cores have proven that there is no evidence.
Wait, that's what I was saying. Like, even if you weren't able to see it itself, you're able to tell that it was there.
Cores, and elsewhere where ice cores have proven that there is no evidence of metallurgy during the last glacial period. If there was a lost civilization, it wasn't using metal or creating anything on par with even Bronze Age societies. We would find not only their gold, copper, ceramics, but also the stone for their houses. Civilizations are inherently messy. They have trash heaps, abandoned buildings, graves, roads, and we can't point to any of that before the Ice Age. But what about Göbekli Tepe? At 12,000 years old, surely it is proof of a civilization in the Ice Age. It is a legitimately
Wow, this is a civilization from 12,000 years ago?
massive complex full of giant stone slabs and symbolism. The culture that made this had to organize.
I never understand those things. Like, what's that one stone rock area where it's like circular and it's just abandoned? Or like those, the Maui heads. What are they called?
Large workforces and clearly
Stonehenge, and then what am I thinking of?
they were culturally
Easter Island. Yeah. What the fuck? They just built those and then left?
complex. But does this really count
That's like a cool-ass mystery.
as a civilization? A civilization is defined as a human society with urban settlements, division of labor, centralized government, surplus food, and some kind of record-keeping or writing system. Based on this criteria, archaeologists generally don't consider Göbekli Tepe a civilization, but rather a pre-agricultural monumental complex. No evidence of agriculture has been found at the site, nor has pottery or writing been found. Evidence suggests that it was not a urban settlement, but rather a gathering place made by hunter-gatherers. But to truly understand
A gathering place what? Like they would diverge and then come back and like party here or some shit? I mean, we learned about that one area where they had like a weird bar like 10,000 years ago and they would ferment shit.
the site,
Celebrate there once a year.
we need to understand where it came from. Göbekli Tepe is not the only structure of its kind. Thousands of years before Göbekli Tepe, the Natufian culture first
that's this! that's literally what this is.
started making
Oh
permanent
my god, I was like, why do I know I was like, I've heard that.
stone structures in the region. They hunted gazelle and harvested mass quantities of wild grains which they ground into bread. These grains were harvested in abundance and even stored for lean times. This allowed them to spend more time working on their structures and technology. They started making communal structures, and gradually, larger and larger stones were quarried and carved with complex symbols. Eventually, after 3,000 years of development, 6 times longer than the Roman Empire, these skills culminated into larger structures like Karahan Tepe and Göbekli Tepe. Göbekli Tepe didn't appear out of nowhere, and we know a ton about the people who made it. But what about other ancient structures that may predate Göbekli Tepe by thousands of years? Many often point to the Eye of the Sahara, a 25-mile-wide megastructure in the middle of nowhere. It is known as the Reshat structure, and it is often claimed to be proof of the lost city of Atlantis.
I feel like it's some weird natural formation.
The concentric rings certainly make it look like Plato's description. But again, what does the evidence say? In the 1950s, it was initially hypothesized to have been an impact crater from a meteor. But more recent studies in the early 2000s found that it was a deeply eroded underground magmatic intrusion. At approximately 100 million years old, it formed during the age of the dinosaurs. But since then, humans have indeed frequented this structure for over 1 million years. The outer ring actually has deposits of quartzite, a hard and sharp material great for making stone tools. Hundreds of ancient hand axes from species like Homo erectus have been found. Later, our own species moved in and around the structure and lived there for
Homo erectus, other humans?
thousands of years, especially during the African humid period when the region was lush. They left behind stone tools, burials, and fossils that have been radiocarbon dated to 10 to 15,000 years ago in the structure. The only evidence of permanent buildings are small and are still used to this day by nomadic groups which live in and around the structure. The reshot structure holds an unbroken record of human activity spanning over 1 million years. Not one moment of it looks like a civilization. If it was once a city the size of Paris, surely there would be some compelling evidence to discuss. The Earth-aided argument is not going to cut it. But we still haven't answered the question. Why did humans suddenly start to farm in about 6 independent centers all around 10,000 years ago? It is a legitimately interesting question.
Yeah, but it wasn't the exact same year, dude. It was like around the same era.
Looking at the map of where these cultures appears make it seem like Graham may actually have a point. But the answer is simpler than you might think. Look at this graph. During the last glacial period, the climate was all over the place.
Oh my god, you just couldn't, the fucking climate didn't allow you to farm.
The only thing constant was cold temperatures.
Wow.
But when this period ended roughly 12,000 years ago, the Earth suddenly warmed. And more importantly, the climate stabilized. This made the environment much more predictable. Humans could finally rely on certain plants in certain locations year after year. This led to increased cultivation, dedicated crop fields, and eventually the plants themselves became domesticated, becoming easier to plant and producing more calories. The reason that this transition occurred in 6 different centers is because the entire world became warmer and more predictable. Human progress has exploded ever since. I'm not convinced that there is evidence for a lost civilization. If you are, tell me in the comment section and I'll look into it. As of now, the evidence supports that humans were able to figure out agriculture all around the world independently. Just like chimps didn't need anyone to teach them how to use stone tools over 4,300 years ago. And some have even started flint knapping. So are chimps entering their own stone age?
Oh, we already watched that video. Buddy, I already know that. Yeah, they are. It's going to be a dangerous problem soon. We're going to have a Planet of the Apes situation on our hands. Short answer, no. Long answer, no. Wow, WVid. That was fun. All right. Why I miss old YouTube.
If I told you that YouTube as a platform has been around since 1986, well, I sure hope you didn't, because that was a lie. YouTube was created in February of 2005, which
yeah, but YouTube never gained, like, when did YouTube gain traction? Like, when was Smosh? I feel like Smosh was, like, the first, like, big known YouTube channel. 2011, 2009, 2010. Yeah, like, 2005, nobody was on YouTube, bro. It was, like, just posting. I think YouTube got big around like Gangnam Style. Genuinely. Like when music videos, like Friday, like that, like that's when it was big.
At the time of recording this, it makes the platform over 20 years old. Now in this time, YouTube has evolved so much that it's almost unrecognizable from what it used to be. Believe it or not, there was a point on this platform where people would go viral for posting videos of them dancing on a shitty $15 webcam or a video of their cat. But
I think that, ooh, that was a voice crack. I think comparatively to any social media platform, is it not the same? Like, Vines were really bad, got progressively better, but were still, in hindsight, pretty dog because you only had 6 seconds to work with. In TikTok terms, was anybody on TikTok like 2019? Like 2019, even 2020, like most content on TikTok was slop. It was musically lip syncing and dancing, and they're still dancing today, but like the majority of the platform was like, just, hey, this is like a funny thing. It was all like trend, like videos. It was like trend videos of like dancing. There was no skit comedy really. I feel like now TikTok's full of like news, comedy, dancing, singing. It's full of like, there's so many different categories now that it's more competitive. So you have to make better content. Because it's like early YouTube, yeah, somebody would go viral for going, Maya, because there was no fucking, there wasn't Matt Pat. Matt Pat wasn't doing a 30-minute, 2-week-long edited video of, you know, the actual lore of SpongeBob. You know, like it was just regular ass shit.
Oh, what the compared to nowadays, you have people like Mr. Beast who are spending $4 million per video. I'm not gonna directly.
Is it really 4 mil a vid? He doesn't post most of his videos. That's true. Like, or not most, but like if he makes 10 videos, he probably doesn't post like 3 or 4 of them because they're not good enough. And he has multiple working at once. 4 mil a vid though. You think he's making that back? Off the vid alone, no. Even with fucking 200 million views, bro, you're not making $4 million on a video. Even maybe with a sponsor, I think he breaks even. I think that's why he has Feastables and, fucking Lunchly. It's because it's like, that's what makes money. He uses his platform, yes, to promote things and make money itself, but I think a lot of the actual profit revenue he gets is through products that he makes. The gummies, the candy bars.
But hey, Mr. Beast, my PayPal's always open. In terms of YouTube, though, I'm still struggling to figure out how we went from this to this. In order to decipher this CIA.
I think it got easier to make content, right? It's like the average person can edit and do professional grade stuff. And then it's also just like you need to go, there's two ends of the spectrum. Like the brain rot content then needs to be more brain rot now. And then the good content then needs to be better now.
A cover-up level mystery, we have to go all the way back to the year 2005. This segment of YouTube is what I'm going to be calling the classic era. Between the years 2005 to 2009, YouTube was simply a video sharing site and nothing else. This is so—
oh my God, Charlie bit my finger. It was a video sharing device. 151 million views, people bored as heck. I feel like in the early 2005 to like 2009 era, like the YouTube videos got views, but nobody was really using YouTube.
No Mr. Beast. There was no Matthew Bean. No Logan Paul. There was no such thing as YouTube drama. Instead, we had things like this.
Alright, so here we are, one of the elephants. Cool thing.
What you just watched was a piece of internet history. It was the first ever video uploaded to YouTube. This—
what did that say?
You just watched was a piece of internet history. It was the—
microplastics are accumulating in human brains at an alarming rate. Did he put that in the video after the fact? There's no way that's the fucking like bio of the vid in 2005.
First ever video uploaded to YouTube. This was a point in time where you simply uploaded videos that you found entertaining, whether it be a cat video or you dancing, or maybe you're in the mood to listen to some guy.
Chocolate Rain, dude, he's fucking covered in sweat. Chocolate Rain, and then he would turn away to breathe.
A Mongolian throat sing about hamburger.
Hamburger, cheeseburger, Big Mac, Whopper.
This was like that was like 2006? There's no way that's that old.
Obvious by most of these examples that I'm showing, the videos being posted here were very amateur. While doing research, I found this video uploaded all the way back in 2008, simply titled Club Penguin Free Membership, Not Hack. Now, I know you're gonna have a really hard time believing me when I tell you this, but there was no production team behind this. Either this video was recorded on a flip phone camera or—
nah, that shit was recorded on a fucking DSi, bro. I remember I used to I gotta go on my old DSi. I used to like record like videos on my DSi when I was like 8. Like I would record videos of my dog.
YouTube just simply couldn't support higher resolutions at the time, but this was posted in 144p. I'm not able to understand a single thing that's going on within
it's
this.
It's just a notepad. Hi, do you want a Club Penguin membership?
I think I'd have a better chance walking into a pyramid and being able to read the hieroglyphics on the wall. And that's a real bummer because I was looking forward to getting a Club Penguin free membership without using hack. There was no such thing as professional YouTubers back then. Nobody was thinking about the click-through rate, capturing people's attentions with a flashy thumbnail. In fact, you were lucky enough to even gain anything over 100 views on a video. However, there were a few YouTube channels who were able to gain a pretty big amount of popularity, like Smosh, Fred. Smosh was—
Are there any other big channels that still post from that era? Like Good Mythical Morning is huge. But I feel like they were even like 2010. They were not like 2006. Moist Critical was not on YouTube then. Epic Mealtime, Dan and Phil, like Ray William Johnson. Yeah, these are all OG YouTubers, but they were like 2010. Like when did like Dan and Phil get on YouTube? Dan TDM, bro, even Dan TDM's not. Like, I feel like you're not seeing, like, dude, this was an era where
really like when Dan
YouTube was not big. Yeah, Dan and Phil joined YouTube in 2014. Like, that's old, but it's not that old, you know, comparable to, like, fucking Smosh. Like, when was Smosh? Smosh joined YouTube this is OG. 2005. November of 2005. The year that it was made. Like, that's OG. Markiplier. Bro, I feel like gaming wasn't really big on YouTube until the 2010s. Yeah, Markiplier joined in 2012.
There's a skit YouTube channel run by Ian Hecox and Anthony Padilla where they would dance in front of a webcam, and thankfully, the quality on this is much better than the Club Penguin video. This time, at 240p. I don't know too much about Fred, just that he would make skits with this really annoying high-pitched voice. Smosh was gaining such a large audience at the time that they were making it onto local news stations. And obviously, that brought a lot.
Dude, Smosh and Fred are the biggest that any YouTuber would ever be because they were like the only known YouTubers. Fred had 3 fucking movies. Fred had movies with John Cena. Like, he was huge.
A lot of attention back to YouTube. So this is where we enter the next era.
Oh my god, Nyan Cat.
2010 to 2013 is where YouTube really started to gain more traction as a platform. The music industry would eventually catch wind of this, and we would see more and more musicians upload music videos. You, of course, have your Justin Bieber Baby, which for the longest time held the record as the most disliked video on—
Wait, were there not music videos prior to YouTube, or were they just uploaded on like fucking on demand or some shit? I never even thought about that. Like, prior to YouTube, were there not music videos? Like, where would they air that? It would be on MTV?
On YouTube. But then, I thought about something else. Something that hadn't crossed my mind in quite a long time. Whoopin' Gangnam Style was—
That's what I said in the beginning of the video. When I was in fucking, it was either 2nd or 3rd grade, I remember watching Gangnam Style on YouTube on the school computer and it being like the coolest experience ever.
The most popular video on YouTube. It held the record as the most viewed YouTube video for a pretty long time. My parents didn't let me listen to it because they said sexy in it. More and more creators were starting to show up and gain a pretty significant audience. A couple names you might recognize are Ryan Higa. He would make skit videos like How to Be Ninja. Another one is Vanos Gaming, who— actually, I'll let you figure.
Why I miss old YouTube.
If I told you that YouTube as a platform has been around since 1986, well, I sure hope you didn't, because that was a lie. YouTube was created in February of 2005, which—
yeah, but YouTube never gained— like, when did YouTube gain traction? Like, when was Smosh? I feel like Smosh was like the first, like, big known YouTube channel. 2011, 2009, 2010. Yeah, like 2005, nobody was on YouTube, bro. It was like just posting. I think YouTube got big around like Gangnam Style. Genuinely. Like when music videos, like Friday, like that, like that's when it was big.
At the time of recording this, it makes the platform over 20 years old. Now in this time, YouTube has evolved so much that it's almost unrecognizable from what it used to be.
Why I miss old YouTube.
If I told you that YouTube as a platform has been around since 1986, well, I sure hope you didn't, because that was a lie. YouTube was created in February of 2005, which—
yeah, but YouTube never gained— like, when did YouTube gain traction? Like, when was Smosh? I feel like Smosh was like the first, like, big known YouTube channel. 2011, 2009, 2010. Yeah, like 2005, nobody was on YouTube, bro. It was like just posting. I think YouTube got big around like Gangnam Style. Genuinely. Like when music videos, like Friday, like that. Like, that's when it was big.
At the time of recording this, it makes the platform over 20 years old. Now, in this time, YouTube has evolved so much that it's almost unrecognizable from what it used to be. Believe it or not, there was a point on this platform where people would go viral for posting videos of them dancing on a shitty $15 webcam or a video of their cat. But
I think that, ooh, that was a voice crack. I think comparatively to any social media platform, is it not the same? Like, Vines were really bad, got progressively better, but were still, in hindsight, pretty dog because you only had 6 seconds to work with. In TikTok terms, was anybody on TikTok like 2019? Like 2019, even 2020, like most content on TikTok was slop. It was musically lip syncing and dancing, and they're still dancing today, but like the majority of the platform was like, just, hey, this is like a funny thing. It was all like trend, like videos. It was like trend videos of like dancing. There was no skit comedy really. I feel like now TikTok's full of like news, comedy, dancing, singing. It's full of like, there's so many different categories now that it's more competitive. So you have to make better content. Because it's like early YouTube, yeah, somebody would go viral for going, Maya, because there was no fucking... There wasn't Matt Pat. Matt Pat wasn't doing a 30-minute, 2-week-long edited video of, you know, the actual lore of SpongeBob. You know, like, it was just regular-ass shit.
What the compared to nowadays, you have people like Mr. Beast who are spending $4 million per video. I'm not gonna directly...
Is it really 4 mil a vid? Why I miss old YouTube.
If I told you that YouTube as a platform has been around since
He doesn't post most of his videos. That's true. Like, or not most, but like
1986? Well, I sure hope you didn't, because that was a lie. YouTube was created in February.
If he makes 10 videos, he probably doesn't post like 3 or 4 of them because they're not good enough. And he has
2005, which
yeah, but YouTube never gained, like, when did YouTube gain traction? Like, what multiple working at once? 4 mil a vid though? You think he's making that back? When was Smosh? I feel like Smosh was like the first like big known YouTube channel. 2011, 2009, 2010. Yeah, like 2005, nobody was on YouTube, bro. It was like just posting. I think YouTube got big around like Gangnam Style. Genuinely. Like when music videos, like Friday, like that, like that's when it was big.
At the time of recording this, it makes the platform over 20 years old. Now, in this time, YouTube has evolved so much that it's almost unrecognizable from what it used to be. Believe it or not, there was a point on this platform where people would go viral for posting videos of them dancing on a shitty $15 webcam or a video of their cat. But
I think that, ooh, that was a voice crack. I think comparatively to any social media platform, is it not the same? Like, Vines were really bad, got progressively better. The vid alone, no. Even with fucking 200 million views, bro, you're not making 4 million better, but we're still, in hindsight, pretty dog because you only had 6 seconds to work with. In TikTok terms, $1 on a video. Even maybe with a sponsor, I think he breaks even. I think that's why he has Feastables and, you know, fucking Lunchly. Was anybody on TikTok like 2019? Like 2019, even 2020, like most content on TikTok was slop. It was musically lip syncing. It's because it's like, that's what makes money. He uses his playing and dancing, and they're still dancing today, but like the majority of the platform was like, just, hey, this is like a funny thing. It was all like trend, like videos. It was like trend videos of like dancing. There was no skit comedy really. I feel like now TikTok's full of like news, comedy, dancing, singing. It's full of like, there's so many different categories now that it's more competitive. So you have to make better content because it's like platform, yes, to promote things and make money itself. But I think a lot of the actual profit revenue, early YouTube, yeah, somebody would go viral for going, Maya, he gets is through products that he makes. The guy, because there was no fucking, there wasn't Matt Pat. Matt Pat wasn't doing a 30-minute, 2-week-long edited video of, you know, the candy bars.
But hey, Mr. Beast, you know, my PayPal's always open. In terms of YouTube,
the actual lore of SpongeBob. You know, like it was just regular ass shit.
Oh, what the compared to nowadays, you have people like Mr. Beast who are spending $4 million per video. I'm not gonna directly.
Is it really 4 mil a vid?
Though, I'm still struggling to figure out how we went from this.
He doesn't post most of his videos. That's true. Like, or not most, but like.
To this.
If he makes 10 videos, he probably doesn't post like 3 or 4 of them because they're not good enough. And he has multiple working at once. 4 mil a vid though. You think he's making that back? Off the vid alone, no. Even with fucking 200 million views, bro, you're not making 4 million.
In order to decipher this
$1 on a video. Even maybe with a sponsor, I think he breaks even. I think it got easier to make content, right? It's like the average that's why he has Feastables and fucking Lunchly. Person can edit and do professional grade stuff. And then it's also just like you need to go there's two. It's because it's like that's what makes money. He uses his platform, yes, to promote things and make money itself, but I think a lot of the actual profit revenue he gets is through products that he makes. The gummies, the candy bars.
But hey, Mr. Beast, my PayPal's always open. In terms of YouTube
to the spectrum, like the brain rot content then needs to be more brain rot now.
Though I'm still struggling to figure out how we went from this.
And then the good content then needs to be better now.
A cover-up level mystery. We have to go all the way back to this. In order to decipher this CIA.
I think it got easier to make content, right? It's like the average person can edit and do professional grade stuff. And then it's also just like you need to go there's two
to the year 2005. This segment of YouTube
to the spectrum. Like the brain rot content then needs to be more brain rot now. And then the good content then needs to be better now.
A cover-up level mystery. We have to go all the way back to the year 2005. This segment of YouTube is what I'm going to be calling the classic era. Between the years 2005 to 2009, YouTube was simply a video sharing site and nothing else. This is so—
Oh my God, Charlie bit my finger. It was a video sharing device. 151 million views. People bored as heck. I feel like in the early 2005 to like 2009 era, like the YouTube videos got views, but nobody was really using YouTube.
No Mr. Beast. There was no Matthew Bean. No Logan Paul. There was no such thing as YouTube drama. Instead, we had things like this.
Alright, so here we are, one of the elephants. Cool thing.
What you just watched was a piece of internet history. It was the first ever video uploaded to YouTube. This
What did that say?
You just watched was a piece of internet history. It was the
microplastics are accumulating in human brains at an alarming rate. What, did he put that in the video after the fact? There's no way that's the fucking like bio of the vid in 2005.
First ever video uploaded to YouTube. This was a point in time where you simply uploaded videos that you found entertaining, whether it be a cat video or you dancing, or maybe you're in the mood to listen to some guy.
Chocolate Rain, dude, he's fucking covered in sweat. Chocolate Rain. And then he would turn away to breathe.
A Mongolian throat sing about hamburger.
Hamburger, cheeseburger, Big Mac, Whopper.
This was like that was like 2006? There's no way that's that old.
Obvious by most of these examples that I'm showing, the videos being posted here were very amateur. While doing research, I found this video uploaded all the way back in 2008, simply titled Club Penguin Free Membership Not Hacked. Now, I know you're gonna have a really hard time believing me when I tell you this, but there was no production team behind this. Either this video was recorded on a flip phone camera or—
Nah, that shit was recorded on a fucking DSi, bro. I remember I used to I gotta go on my old DSi. I used to like record like videos on my DSi when I was like 8. Like I would record videos of my dog.
YouTube just simply couldn't support higher resolutions at the time, but this was posted in 144p. I'm not able to understand a single thing that's going on within
It's
this.
just a notepad. Hi, do you want a Club Penguin
Video.
membership?
I think I'd have a better chance walking into a pyramid and being able to read the hieroglyphics on the wall. And that's a real bummer because I was looking forward to getting a Club Penguin free membership without using hack. There was no such thing as professional YouTubers back then. Nobody was thinking about the click-through rate, capturing people's attentions with a flashy thumbnail. In fact, you were lucky enough to even gain anything over 100 views on a video. However, there were a few YouTube channels who were able to gain a pretty big amount of popularity, like Smosh, Fred. Smosh was...
Are there any other big channels that still post from that era? Like, Good Mythical Morning is huge. But I feel like they were even like 2010. They were not like 2006. Moist Critical was not on YouTube then. Epic Mealtime, Dan and Phil, like Ray William Johnson. Yeah, these are all OG YouTubers, but they were like 2010. Like when did like Dan and Phil get on YouTube? Dan TDM, bro, even Dan TDM's not. Like, I feel like you're not seeing, like, dude, this was an era where
really like when Dan
YouTube was not big. Yeah, Dan and Phil joined YouTube in 2014. Like, that's old, but it's not that old, you know, comparable to, like, fucking Smosh. Like, when was Smosh? Smosh joined YouTube this is OG. 2005. November of 2005. The year that it was made. Like, that's OG. Markiplier. Bro, I feel like gaming wasn't really big on YouTube until the 2010s. Yeah, Markiplier joined in 2012.
Was a skit YouTube channel run by Ian Hecox and Anthony Padilla where they would dance in front of a webcam, and thankfully, the quality on this is much better than the Club Penguin video, this time at 240p. I don't know too much about Fred, just that he would make skits with this really annoying high-pitched voice. Smosh was gaining such a large audience at the time that they were making it onto local news stations, and obviously that brought a lot.
Dude, Smosh and Fred are the biggest that any YouTuber would ever be because they were like the only known YouTubers. Fred had 3 fucking movies. Fred had movies with John Cena. Like, he was huge.
A lot of attention back to YouTube. So this is where we enter the next era.
Oh my god, Nyan Cat.
2010 to 2013 is where YouTube really started to gain more traction as a platform. The music industry would eventually catch wind of this, and we would see more and more musicians upload music videos. You, of course, have your Justin Bieber Baby, which for the longest time held the record as the most disliked video on—
Wait, were there not music videos prior to YouTube, or were they just uploaded on, like, fucking On Demand or some shit? I never even thought about that. Like, prior to YouTube, were there not music videos? Like, where would they air that? It would be on MTV?
On YouTube. But then, I thought about something else. Something that hadn't crossed my mind in quite a long time. Whoopin' Gangnam Style was the—
That's what I said in the beginning of the video. When I was in fucking, it was either 2nd or 3rd grade, I remember watching Gangnam Style on YouTube on the school computer and it being like the coolest experience ever.
The most popular video on YouTube. It held the record as the most viewed YouTube video for a pretty long time. My parents didn't let me listen to it because they said sexy in it. More and more creators were starting to show up and gain a pretty significant audience. A couple names you might recognize are Ryan Higa. He would make skit videos like How to Be Ninja. Another one is Vanos Gaming, who— actually, I'll let you figure out what type of content he makes. PewDiePie would start uploading gaming Let's Play videos, and he would quickly become the most subscribed to YouTuber on the platform.
Playing fucking Scribblenauts. Like, dude, the era where it was like you would just play fucking Slenderman.
Let's Play videos, and he would quickly become the most subscribed to YouTuber on the platform. As obvious, YouTube had gone mainstream, and not as many 30-second short videos were going viral. It was a lot more creator-based this time around, and people were starting to see the true potential in what YouTube could become in the future. And we
were nearing the era. Oh, he's claiming this is the golden era. I was gonna say we're nearing the era from like 2012 to 2015 of like the epic rave intros. Alie's intro, fucking all the Minecraft YouTubers had their own like edited 30-second intro.
Position over, I really don't.
Yeah, Bayesian Canadian.
2014 to 2015 is when YouTube officially was cemented as the go-to video sharing platform. It isn't really a place where you can simply get popular by uploading funny cat videos anymore, which is really sad because I wanted to see Go Kitty Go too. In order to become successful and have an audience, you almost have to be a designated creator of some sort, or you have to be a musician. This is around the time in my life where I started watching YouTube.
Oh my god, Mineplex, bro. RIP. That used to be the biggest server on Minecraft. Like, Mineplex was the shit. Does Mineplex even exist anymore? I feel like if they do, they have, like, no people on that bitch.
Being a YouTuber is now considered a real job, and some people would get so famous that they would end up going on live TV. It was almost like a fun little crossover episode of some sorts. A really fucking awkward crossover episode. Now, if there's anything that I learned, it's that I don't think traditional TV media and the internet really mix too well. Whenever a YouTuber would go on a talk show or something, it would just create this really weird, awkward vibe. When I was 10, I was probably one of the most socially inept people ever. I'm talking, I would fart in public like no shame. Now, when I was watching TV, even I was able to sense that there was some sort of weird awkwardness. It's really hard to describe, which is exactly why I'm not.
Well, I think it's the difference between being a TV personality and somebody that has to do interviews frequently versus being a desktop creator that creates primarily gaming content, especially in 2012. Like, imagine you're PewDiePie or like Ryan Higa and like all the shit you do is at your computer. Somebody redeemed that. It's at your computer, at your house. You know, you're not really doing anything like interactive wise, and then out of nowhere it's like, hey, you want to come on Jimmy Fallon?
I'm gonna describe it. Minecraft is also at its peak here. You have creators like Stampy, Captain Sparkles, and my beloved Dan TDM. Real quick, I have no idea how or why, but this motherfucker used to upload once, even twice a day for years. So thank you, Dan. Thank you for the immense amount of service that you gave to us,
Dude, they used to record. I think Dan TDM's a little different. And I'm not dissing Bayesian Canadian or Jerome ASF because I think they were like they were the two of the coolest creators that I would watch in their time. But I remember I would watch like Bayesian Canadian episode 833 of Hunger Games. And he would be like, yeah, I recorded these last few episodes on vacation. Bro just played Minecraft for 3 days straight, recorded every game he had. Intro, outro, cut out wall space, no zooms, no edits, no face cam. Upload, could take 3 weeks off. Like, bro, I don't know how often he recorded because I don't know him, but like he theoretically could have just recorded 4 days out of a month and then the rest of the month just took off and just uploaded him playing Hunger Games. And each video, banger, 2 million views, 3 million views.
Minecraft lovers. Honestly, it wasn't even just Minecraft. I'd say all gaming creators were at their peak here. Jacksepticeye was gaining tons of popularity. Markiplier was getting millions of views by playing a small horror.
No. Markiplier's FNAF videos are not the best. Markiplier's 7 Days to Die with Wade and the fucking those guys. That was the peak Markiplier days. When they would be underground and they would hear the monsters coming for them and they would just be, Wade and Bob. They had no idea what to do. Bob would carry the team. They were a trio, and Markiplier was kind of the personality of the group. Bob really carried the technicalities. They were like a dynamic trio.
A game you may have heard of. It started to get some attention. It had animatronics. Really hot animatronics. It's probably a little too niche for you, I don't know. This is the time where I started to watch creators like Jaden Animation, The Odd Ones Out, and of course, Bruce Stu.
This was also the era of YouTube where I would look up boobs. I would just go on not Google, I would go on YouTube, just search boobs.
To them because they're the ones that really made animation on YouTube popular in the first place. If it weren't for these people, I'm not sure any stickman or animation YouTubers would really be as popular as they are today. Genuinely, these three were some of my biggest inspirations growing up, and they made me want to become a YouTuber. So thanks, guys. Anyways, moving on.
Edgy era. Oh my god, is he gonna be like, this is like Logan Paul, iDubbbz? Like, this was the era of say anything. Yeah. say anything and it whatever.
To 2017 is what many people consider to be one of the best eras of YouTube.
Killer Keemstar.
Maybe it's just purely nostalgia bias, but I kind of agree with this sentiment. A whole new wave of creators blew up this year. Gameplay, commentary, YouTube was really starting to become its own thing. It's as simple as turning on a game of Call of Duty or Counter-Strike Surf and then just proceeding to talk about as much shit as you possibly can for the next 8.5 minutes, and that's about it. Pyrocynical was a pretty popular commentary creator. You know, you also had Memulous.
Pyrocynical's still big now.
And I love these two. I used to watch them all the time. But there was one creator, one beast who just could not be tamed, and that was Leafy is Here. This motherfucker Leafy was at the time one of the
most... What does Leafy do now? I feel like there was so many people in that circle that, like, just disappeared off the face of the earth.
Most ruthless commentary creators. However, there was another creator who was well known for making hit pieces on people and ending their careers. This is all sarcasm, by the way. It's the fucking internet. From the depths of online came the beast, the gnome,
Drama Alert Nation.
Keemstar. Now, when I was like 11 years old, I thought that Leafy and Keemstar arguing on a podcast was the funniest shit ever. But now, when I think about it 9 years later and look back, dude, it was two grown men arguing on the internet. Are we fucking serious?
Because you sit there in your stupid fucking podcast and just fucking regurgitate yourself.
That was one side of the edgy YouTube spectrum. But then there was the other side with creators like iDubbbz, Max Mofo, and my personal favorite, Filthy Frank. Admittedly, the type of content...
Bro, the Filthy Frank video where he makes, like, rat stew, and he, like, pretended to be Guy Fieri. Oh my god, Deadly Twister.
They would post was kind of lowbrow humor. It was edgy.
Oh no, it was lowbrow humor. It was lowbrow humor for sure. It was like edgy for the purpose of being edgy, weird for the purpose of being weird. Yeah, hair cake, human cake. Just disgusting stuff.
And offensive shock humor for the sake of being edgy and offensive. When making this video, I did think to myself, was iDubbbz really that offensive? I mean, maybe we're just remembering.
Oh my god. Dude, I remember I was like, when iDubbbz, I was probably like 13, and I was watching iDubbbz in the summer. Bro, like, you would go back, dude, he would just be, like, he would rip a Bible up. He would just start ripping slurs casually. His fans... I remember, dude, there was like an interview he did like a year ago where he was like, it got so bad to one point where like one of the reasons I stopped is because he had like some like actual neo-Nazi walk up to him and be like, man, I love your content. Like, I really support what you're doing. And he's like, whoa. Because that was like the era of YouTube where like every YouTuber would just say and do anything. And it was like, hey, let's throw a Coca-Cola ad right before this. Hey, let's throw a Coca-Cola ad right before this. We're going to throw a fucking Pepsi ad up, and then we're going to let a video play where it's just literally just people just screaming slurs.
And then I went back and watched the Tana Mojo video and countless bad unboxings. I legitimately do not think that I can play any.
Oh my god, the Tana thing.
I legitimately countless video and countless bad unboxings. I legitimately do not think that I can play any of the clips. I think it would get my channel taken down. Filthy Frank was my favorite, and at least once a year, I sit back and I just go through all of the old videos again. The older I get, the more I realize that this entire Filthy Frank universe was very well a character and nothing more.
Oh, it was a character and nothing more. I always find it so cool that, like, half of his music fans don't even know that he was Filthy Frank. They don't know who Filthy Frank is or was. Like, they're fans of Joji, and they listen to Joji, but they're like, if you mention Filthy Frank, they'd be like, what the fuck, who the fuck is Filthy Frank?
In Filthy Frank's channel description, it literally says that Frank himself is a character. Pink Guy is another character within the Frank cinematic universe, and he ended up making music, which somehow ended up on the charts. Of course, gaming YouTube is still alive, animation is still going strong, and it just seems that YouTube is just at the top of its game. Little did we know the change that was right over.
Oh my god, this was like the phase era too. We can't forget that. This was like BO2 quickscoping. This was like trick shot era of YouTube as well. This was when like Adapt and Rain and like all those guys like Rug started gaining traction.
The horizon.
Adpocalypse. Yeah, I did say it was right before it.
Adpocalypse is truly one of the hardest moments in YouTube history. Edgy commentary was really killed off during this time, and that's because you weren't able to make money off of it anymore. You see, before, you could say like that. However, the corporate overlords above ended up finding out the type of stuff that was being posted on YouTube and eventually pulled all advertisements from the website. This led YouTube to create the dreaded demonetization. iDubbbz ended his infamous Content Cop series.
Bro, I really believe the YouTubers in that era, I know like YouTube now jams ads and they have like 2-minute ads and shit. I don't know what the ad revenue looked like then, but I really believe those are the richest YouTubers. Like if you made content in 2015, you could monetize anything. Like every video you posted would get money.
Filthy Frank eventually,
like, and I feel like even copyright was rare there. Like now, dude, I'm posting what, like 14 videos a week. I gotta cut back, bro. Shit stresses me out. But if I post 14 videos a week, like at least 4 of them are either demonetized, copyrighted, age restricted.
Left YouTube,
like then you would just make money on all of them,
to go start a music career, and Leafy ended up leaving YouTube entirely. When demonetization eventually began,
yeah, there were certain accounts that just got killed because it was like they can't pivot. You know, there were accounts, I think the Adpocalypse segmented a lot of people where it was like there was already like Good Mythical Morning was fine since the very beginning. You know, they made family friendly content that you watch in the morning, food reviews, regular random games and quips and stuff. And then there were people that were kind of on the in-between. Like, I think, like, Ryan Higa probably battled with, like, some demonetization. And then there were people like Leafy and, like, iDubbbz. And I don't even know, maybe not Max Mofo or Filthy Frank, because they had, like, he had, like, a Pokemon channel and he wouldn't do, like, cursing as much. But even then, like, those guys' content kind of got, like, killed.
2018 to 2019 was relatively uninteresting. It was rather basic. To the few edgy era creators who didn't yet leave YouTube, they were still trying to find their groove and navigate around the new monetization policies that were in place. There was a new community of Instagram vloggers who became super popular around this time. To name a few, you have David Dobrik, James Charles, Shane Dawson. I forgot to mention Rice Gum, who would just flaunt his money and his LA mansions. And who could forget our favorite sibling duo, Logan Paul and Jake Paul. Logan, I actually still remember when the infamous...
No, that was in 2019, bro. That had to be so much longer ago.
Miss Logan.
When was the Forest thing?
Forest video was posted on YouTube. It was on the YouTube trending page. I'm not gonna lie, this era of YouTube was pretty bland though. And that takes us from 2019 to present day. Honestly, not much has changed. Monetization has gotten a little bit stricter. Mr. Beast has become the biggest YouTuber on the entire platform, and shorts were introduced.
Well, and there's like levels to monetization now too. I feel like it was a lot more blanketed then. It's like you have monetized videos that make different amounts on RPM, which still existed then, but it's also like there's difference between like kid-friendly, family-friendly, and regular content. Then there's demonetized content, which makes money on like ad premium like YouTube accounts, and then it's just age restricted.
As a way to compete with TikTok, and they were very successful in doing so. And that's really all.
Bro didn't mention Phase or Full Send. I would say if you're going through the eras of YouTube, I think Phase is something that should be mentioned. Like the gaming era of like Call of Duty gamers and like big gaming org groups. But I don't really think that Full Send is like huge in the stepping stones of YouTube. Does that make sense? Like they were big, they are big, but it's like when you look back at YouTube eras, you would look back more on like Phase than you would on Full Send. Yeah, or like the Nelk boys.
I have to say about YouTube. Subscribe, like the video, and yeah, thank you. Bye.
I remember, I don't know if anybody watched YouTube around this time. I remember watching Steve Will Do It. This is the last thing I'm going to say. We're going to go to the next video. I remember I watched Steve Will Do It when I was in high school. And I was probably like a freshman or a sophomore. And he would do like the videos where he would just eat a bunch of Stony Patch Kids. He would eat like 5,000 milligrams of weed, or he would get really fucking drunk. And he would post it on YouTube. And I was like, oh, wow, this is badass. And I would be watching it, and in one of the videos, you know, a year into me watching him, he would go, I just turned 21. And I was like, what? Like, I thought it was a joke. But, like, bro was unironically underage drinking like fifths of whiskey on YouTube for like 3 years. Like, this kid was a high schooler. Like, he was like 19, like just getting hammered on YouTube. And then he was like, I just turned 21. I was like, what? I remember being like utterly shocked. I was like, there's no way. Pulling over the police doesn't end well.
An officer pulls to the curb for a civilian following behind, honking their horn and flashing their lights constantly. After the civilian passes, the officer initiates a traffic stop. The insanity that follows is something the officer could have never expected.
The reason I stopped you is because you were honking at me and following at an unsafe distance?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. Okay, do you have your driver's license on you?
I sure don't.
I sure don't. What is he just... Did he have a bad day and now he just wants to rage bait a cop? You're probably allowed to honk at a cop, but you're not allowed to, like, spam honk / you know, recklessly drive behind them. Have you ever seen the videos of when it'll be somebody behind a cop at a stoplight, and right when it turns green, they fucking just lay on the horn? Risky maneuver. I've done it to my friends. I don't think I would. You would have to pay me absurd amounts of money to do that to a cop. I wouldn't care. You would just do it. Would you guys do that? That would worry the fuck out of me. I've done it to a cop. You've sat behind a cop at a red light, and right when it turns green, just fucking lay on the horn. They're pulling you over. I feel like the average cop's gonna be like, yeah, let me see if this guy's tail light's out.
23 com. Who's that come back to?
You better call your chief right now, you
That's not very nice.
Oh my god. Is he like drunk or something? What the fuck made him get so angry at the cop? Bro, she just pulled you over because you were fucking tailing her.
Well, I have the right to fucking pull you over. You were on the phone and you were doing something wrong.
So you were trying to pull me over?
Did you not see the lights flashing?
Okay. Sounds good.
Oh my god, is he on like drugs? Did you not see the lights flashing? Oh, because he was blinking his high beams? I saw you were texting and driving. I have seen cops do that. Like, literally, you turn your head, they're, like, to the right of you on a highway, just, like, texting on their phone.
He's not coming.
Or just speeding like crazy.
And you're not free yet. I'm sorry, comm center, can you go ahead?
Your chief is coming down here, whether I got called him or your fat ass is bringing them down here.
And I'm not sure if I asked for another one, but I'll take one. He's
Yo, nice Pathfinder, buddy. Is this Elise?
refusing to identify
She just keys the car.
himself.
I'm asking for your supervisor.
Supervisor can come down, but not my chief.
Your supervisor's gonna come here.
Okay.
Because you have no business pulling me over.
Okay. But you were trying to pull me over.
I didn't do nothing wrong. I was behind you. Can you determine from
This is making no fucking sense. Do you think he's sober? I don't think he actually wanted to pull her over. I think he was like, let me annoy this cop for an extended period of time and see how long it takes for her to fucking get mad. Like, I'm assuming he thought he was just going to drive away in like 5 minutes.
Here's what's safe, because this says right here that may appear to be closer than
10-4, do we have any recent contacts?
You see, I wasn't actually close to you. But if you look in the mirror right now, it says objects may be farther away. No, that's actually not true. I'm not making sense right now because what he said didn't make sense. He's saying that she thought he looked closer because the mirror. But in mirrors, you look further away, right? No. He's not. You're stuttering? I know! Because I was trying to make a joke, but what he said didn't make any sense. When you look in a rearview mirror, do things look further away or closer than they are? It's further. He's saying, I only look like I was riding your ass because your rearview mirror. But your rearview mirror makes everything look further away. It's not closer. It's not closer. Why would they need to inform you of that? Chat, it's further. The objects in the rear view look further than they appear. Oh my God, it's closer. My life is a lie. My life is a lie. So what he's saying is right. Objects in the mirror are wait, no, I'm right. I'm right. Objects in mirror are closer than they appear. So they appear further. We're miscommunicating here, chat. We're all on the same wavelength right now. We're on the, no. Listen. You're saying that they're closer. I'm saying they appear further. We're saying the same thing in different fonts. Okay? No, we're saying the same thing. No. We're saying the same thing. That's AI? It's not AI. Why would that be AI? So what is he saying? Oh my God, why am I so confused? Ho. All I want for this holiday season is a customizable Cash App debit card. Do you know where I could get one of those? Oh, the sponsor of today's video, Cash App, could provide one for you. Now is never a better time to get in on the customizable Cash App debit card, which enables you to get exclusive discounts on everyday purchases like coffee, video games, food delivery, and more. And you can even draw a little fun figurine on your Cash App debit card. Look. It can glow in the dark, too, which is the coolest thing. That's the one that I've ordered. You should probably get that one in case you're ever in a bind where you need a glow-in-the-dark card. You never know when you're going to need one of those, but it's really cool. The Cash App debit card also has no hidden fees. There's no monthly charges, no minimum balance requirements. You also get exclusive pre-sale ticket access to some of your favorite music artists if you're a fan of concerts like Kendrick Lamar, SZA, Sabrina Carpenter, and more. There's way more. And for a limited time only, new Cash App customers over the age of 18 can earn $10 if they sign up with code CASH10 at profile at sign up and send $5 to a friend or more within the first 14 days. And if you're 13 to 17, you can request a parent or guardian sponsored account, use code CASH10 at profile at sign up, and get $10 dropped into your account when you order and activate a Cash App card and send $5 or more to a friend within the first 14 days. Terms apply. Thank you to Cash App for sponsoring this video. And let's get back into it.
Because this says right here that may appear to be closer than C.
10-4, do we have any recent...
No, C's wrong. May appear to be closer. He's lying. That's the exact opposite of what it says.
Contacts with it?
Stand by.
I'm lost. When you're driving a car and you look in the rearview mirror, something that is 30 feet away might look 60 feet away. It's actually closer than they appear. His dumbass is saying, I wasn't actually tailing you, officer. I only look like I was because your mirror made it seem that way, when it does the exact fucking opposite. Okay, why am I getting angry?
Confirming you said one's failing to identify.
10-4, the driver is.
10-4. Scream for help. Get out of the car and scream for help.
The driver is talking to his own child who's also in the vehicle.
Oh my God.
To his own child who's also in the vehicle.
He's now got his child stepping out of the car to scream for help.
Help! What a terrible dad.
But you don't have to do that.
Okay, he's going to do it.
Hey, but you don't have to listen to your dad right now. Oh.
Help! 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 He's actually requesting a supervisor now, if one is available.
This is the weirdest body cam video I think I've ever seen.
It's not your supervisor.
Nope, he's on his way.
Okay.
We could just sit here and wait.
He's on his way. What do you think, he's gonna fucking teleport here? Where's your supervisor? I don't know, I pulled you over a minute ago.
For him.
Ooh, this guy means business. You could tell he's the supervisor. Look at that walk. Big dog. Big dog just arrived. He about to kick some shit in.
Because you were doing something illegal. I wasn't. I was behind you.
Okay.
Honking my horn at you is not illegal. I'm allowed to honk my horn all I want.
Okay. Sounds good. Help! Help!
He's still screaming. What the fuck? Dude, can the cops not be like, yo, kid, don't listen to your dad right now. What the fuck is happening? What is the plan?
Help! 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 Sir, do you want me to explain the law to you? Or do you want my supervisor to?
The law that I was honking my horn at?
No, that you have to identify.
Oh my God, wait, no, that's not the supervisor. That's not the supervisor. I was dead wrong. I feel like he's just the fellow officer on the scene.
Only if I had committed
Damn, yo, somebody make that guy the supervisor. He got an oral walk to him.
a crime, which I have not done.
I told you the reason.
No, that's not a crime. Honking the horn at you is not a crime. You do realize that, right?
You're just getting yourself more tickets.
What law is honking the horn at you?
Okay.
What law, you dumb fat is honking the horn at you?
So the tickets I'm going to give you is for following too closely and unlawful use of horn are the two ones. That's furthering my reason for the ticket. And then if you don't...
Wouldn't that be a disturbing the peace, actually? Because if you, like, I understand what he's saying where he's like, I'm allowed to use my horn, but following too closely is illegal. And if it's like, dude, these, like, there's homes here. Like, he would just get arrested for just being a nuisance.
Give me your driver's license.
I'm waiting for your supervisor. Once I ask for your supervisor, you're done.
Does he, but they always, dude, they always do this in body cam videos where they're like, yo, bring me your supervisor. Do they think, like, the vibe just changes when the supervisor shows up and they're like, oh, I'm so sorry she was mean to you, sir?
You're supposed to go wait in your vehicle until he comes.
Okay. I don't have to wait. And I'm not going to. I'm going to wait right here.
How long would it take for, like, the horn to run out? Or, like, break? If he just held that down. Hours? No. I feel like it would be like a minute. Years? Now we're Googling it. This has, somebody's answered this question. If you hold down a car horn non-stop, when does it break? It'll eventually kill the battery. Depends how fast. Ooh, voice crack. Cheap horns might overheat in under a minute. Good ones drain the battery, potentially lasting hours or until it's too weak. So it'll just get more faint.
Is it going to be funny when I tell the judge that I was following behind you honking the horn because you were doing something wrong? And I just had a conversation with the day officer yesterday that says that I have the right to do something.
Yo, I feel bad for the kid, bro. Like, this is his dad. Like, this is just, like, this is like I feel like this is like an everyday thing. Because the kid wasn't like, what? He was like, the dad went, go, just step out of the car and start screaming for help. And he was just like, okay. And just did it. Like, not questioning his dad being like, yo, what? This is not normal.
Oh, I know who you are.
Yeah, you dumb.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. I know who he is. I'm gonna go back to my squad real quick and get some tickets.
We got 3 people now. What are they doing, bro? Just like, I feel like these 2 are just standing here.
You can't write me tickets. I asked for your supervisor, you fat man.
I'm recording. So, what's this stop for?
I feel like one of the cops should just go and intimidate him, you know? Pull one of these.
So I was going down Church Street, and he was flashing his lights at me and following like this close. I turned here, he's blaring his horn at me, so I pulled over. He got a 100 me, and I pulled him over for following too close. And to see if he was in distress. He's failing to identify himself. I just happened to know because Kim had said she dealt with.
All right, let's take our bets. Do you think that they get in a physical altercation by the end of this video? Yes. I think this will end with someone, like him running, somebody chasing him, and then either a fist being thrown or a taser.
Somebody who is very uncooperative, and I think it's him. Can I take him to jail for not identifying himself?
We know who he is.
No.
So,
I'm gonna give him an obstruction.
Nah, I know she's trying to be a dick, but I feel like it's valid. She's like, can we take him to jail for not identifying himself? Because he's being an asshole, bro.
Okay.
so yeah.
And following too close.
Yeah, if you wanted to start working on those, and we'll get them out of here.
This fat yesterday was on the phone with me yesterday, and that's why she's here now.
Hey, Joe. What's up, man? I'm the supervisor. You want to talk to somebody?
Yes. Can I get out for a second?
Just stay put. I can talk to you right here.
Okay. I was coming off of Ellis Street.
Oh my God, he has to be like inebriated, bro.
This dumb came off of fucking Main Street, had no no blinker on when she made the turn. She was as well on her phone. I followed her down the road because I talked to somebody yesterday that made it very clear that if I had a problem with one of the officers, that I can most definitely make a complaint about it.
Okay.
So I was.
Yeah, that's usually where you call in and complain about an officer, not just follow them and lay on your horn for 5 minutes.
Followed her down the road to figure out who she was.
Joe, can I speak to your supervisor? Yeah, hold up. Hey, how's it going? What can I do for you? What's the problem we have today?
And I was flashing my light and honking my horn.
Were
And
you
now
behind her or in front of her?
I was behind her.
Okay.
And now she thinks she has the right to give me a ticket for honking my horn. I got every right to honk my f***ing horn.
How close were you to her?
I was a car length behind her.
Okay.
She swerved and hit the f***ing curb like a dumb bitch with her car over here.
Yeah, so he could go around me.
And I was nowhere close to being by her. Did I drive any closer to anybody else than I do any other day in the world?
Asking his kid to back him up. Dude, I have like really good driving. You know I'm a good driver, right? You know, like normally when you're like whenever you look up from like your iPad and shit, like you see that I'm like obeying traffic laws. Like he knows what the rules of the road are.
So,
bro, when I was that young, when I was like 7 years old, we could be 5 blocks away from where I live, and it was like I was in a different universe. It was like I was in a different universe. Before I even knew how to drive, I was like lost. Like getting one place to another. Yo, you never have to know. You just sit in the car and you teleport. You don't need to know directions.
here, so I didn't see exactly what happened, but she says you're following too close behind her.
What
She
is
stops
too
you for
close?
that.
No, that's not what she stopped me for.
Yo, okay, I gotta say, side conversation, people, I don't know, maybe it's just New Jersey. People on highways fucking drive like maniacs, bro. Not even just like Jersey slide shit. I'm saying in general, we'll be going 80 miles an hour on a fucking highway, and somebody's actually 6 feet behind me. If we're going down a rural road and the speed limit's 25 miles an hour, that's fine. But if I'm going 80 and you're 6 feet behind me and I tap my brakes, you're almost hitting me. Like, the fuck, dude. And I'll slam. The other day, I'm driving on the highway. I slam on my brakes because somebody else slams on their brakes. The car behind me slams and pulls off the road so they don't hit me. Like, they pull into the grass. They don't crash, but then they get back on the road. I'm like, dude, just stop tailing me. We're both getting to the same place at the same fucking time.
She
For
said
flashing your lights or what?
She said I was honking my horn at her because I was trying to get her to stop. I was not following too closely.
Okay.
Can you guys prove it? What is the law when it follows too closely? What does the mirror say when you read that? What does that say? If you guys are so smart. Objects in mirror appear closer than they
It
are.
has nothing to do with what it says on the mirror.
Yeah, it does. It is a lawful statement.
Objects in the mirror appear closer than they are isn't true. What? Objects in the mirror may be closer. He's reading it wrong! He's reading it wrong! No! Chat, he's reading it wrong. I'm not getting over this.
Closer than
Objects in mirror appear closer than they are. That is the opposite of what it says. Objects in the mirror may be closer than they appear. He can't fucking read. He can't fucking read. This is why it says 40% of the fucking U.S. American adults are illiterate, because he has the reading level of a fucking third grader. Objects in the mirror appear closer than they are. That he's saying that they look closer than they are. It's saying the opposite. Objects in the mirror may be closer than they appear, meaning they look further than they are.
They are.
It has nothing to do with what it says on the mirror.
Yeah, it does. It is a.
Why are the cops not saying this back to him? Nobody understands. I feel like I'm crazy. I feel like I'm crazy right now. You're wrong. I feel like I'm fucking losing my mind. I know I'm not wrong. I know I'm not wrong. Objects in the mirror are closer than they appear. That's what it says.
Lawful statement on there.
Why do you always have to be so confrontational when you deal with us?
Because you guys.
He does this often?
Why?
This is about transparency. I have been being harassed by my neighbors time after time again, and you guys allow it to happen. This called me yesterday harassing me and then now she's pulling me over because she's breaking the law. And you guys want to write me a ticket because you don't want to sit in front of a judge in front of
For
one of
what?
your...
Talking on her cell phone?
Is it against the law to be using electronic devices while operating a vehicle? Is it against the law in the state of Wisconsin?
Not to talk on your cell phone like this. No, it is not.
Since when is it not to be on your phone?
In a construction zone, it is. If you're on your phone like this, you can be hands-free in a construction zone, but you can be on your cellular device talking on the phone like this. That is not illegal. Okay, for us or for anybody driving, unless you're in a construction zone.
Okay.
Okay, so if she's on her cell phone,
I don't care what
she
you guys
can be
are
on
doing.
there talking.
Anytime you guys are doing something wrong, this is what it's going to be. And if you guys are going to try to pull me over and give me a ticket for doing something wrong, we can take it to court and we can make this a
Take it to court. You're gonna fucking small claims court. You're gonna pay a lawyer. You're gonna fucking pay a lawyer to get what, fucking $500 out of this. You're gonna pay a lawyer so you don't have to pay a ticket. You're gonna spend more on the lawyer than if you just fucking paid the ticket.
Madison.
That's your right to take it to court, Joel. Just like you took that disorderly conduct ticket to court when we dealt with you down at the
This
school.
dumb bitch literally said in front of my kids
It ain't
that
gonna do you any good.
I don't give a dude. What are you gonna do? Not a thing. Because obviously you're letting this fat do what the she wants anyways.
She's just doing her job.
No, she's not.
If you don't agree with it, you can argue
How
in
is
court.
she doing her
We're
job?
not going to argue
What
out
is the
here.
law when it comes to traveling too closely in the city? In the
Following
city.
at an unsafe, unreasonable distance
And
where you
what
wouldn't
you
have
is?
time to brake.
Oh, so when that fat hit the curb back there, I didn't have time to go around her?
I don't know. I wasn't here.
Ask that fat she hit the curb.
I can ask her.
Bro, he keeps calling her fat. Like, she's not fat, and you're also not in that great of shape, big dog. You look like, bro, what? You look like an average, like, he's acting like he's like Arnold. Like, you're, like, dude, you're a very normal guy at, like, judging other people's body types.
Because that proves that I wasn't close enough to hit her, because when she hit the curb, then I would have hit her with it.
Oh my God! And then he's gonna pull away, and he's gonna tell his kids, he's gonna be like, "Gee, this is why the cops in this city suck."
Not
fight in court, Joe. I'm not going to sit here and argue with you all day. Okay?
Oh yeah, because you're a fucking dumb, fat, worthless piece of shit.
Hang tight until she's done, and then you're free to go after that.
Giving me no tickets to the window.
Well, we're going to give them to you, so. Yeah, I can't hear you either, bud. If you know what's good for you, you'll stay in your car and wait till we're done.
Did I break the law?
Okay? So stay put. Don't make this any worse than it has to be, Joel.
What are you going to do about it?
Stop.
I dare any one of you dumb to try to put your hands on me.
Just stop. You don't...
Yo, what is with people and threatening cops for they have weapons? Like, this is the dumbest shit. Yo, I dare any one of you to put your hand on me. Meanwhile, they all have a gun holstered on their hip. They have a taser and a fucking stick. Like, dude, you're cooked if you try to fight them.
No, you started this. You're allowing your officer.
Start anything.
No, I was behind your fat officer.
If you be quiet and give us a minute, we'll be done here.
No, there's no.
He just keeps saying the same thing too. Like, I mean, I feel like there's got to be a better. Dude, the whole book of insults, you just keep calling her fat.
Minute, you dumb.
Well, whatever, Joel. Obviously, we're not going to come to any sort of agreement here. So. Yeah, if you continue to do it.
Why don't we just take it to DC at this point?
What's that?
Take him to jail for DC.
Okay.
See, I feel like that's what I like. At some point, it's like, dude, you're just being so annoying. We have to arrest you.
Stop, Joel.
Me to unlock the car, or I will smash that window open.
Oh, that would be bad for the lease.
For what?
Get out.
For what?
Step out, Joel.
Disorderly conduct? A ticket?
Was gonna be a ticket, but now it's not.
Joel, you make this stuff worse, dude, by the way you
guys
act.
did this. This fat called me yesterday.
Just stop. Joel, knock it off.
She got me by the throat. She's got me by the throat. Stop. She's got me by the throat.
Come on.
She's got me by the throat.
Joel.
She's got me
Nobody's even touching his throat.
by the throat. She's got me by the throat.
Stop.
She's got me by the throat.
Okay.
Dude, you're on a camera.
She's got you by the.
Oh.
She's got me by the throat.
Joe, nobody's got you by the throat.
She's got me by the throat.
Joel, you need
Dude,
to...
you guys
listen.
are doing this over nothing.
We're gonna do another search.
Dude, you're lying.
Like, bro, why? Bro, he could have just drove home. Like, he started all of this.
You're over pushing their boundaries.
No, I'm not.
For what?
You're the one that's being the jerk out here.
Why?
We're not doing anything.
How am I being a jerk?
Because the way you're acting.
Dude, I just got pulled over for nothing.
It's not for nothing, Joel. She explained to you why she pulled you over. You just don't agree with it. That's the problem.
Is that side good?
So is it this going to be lawful by a judge that you guys are arresting somebody for
You'll have your day in
their
court.
horn?
You'll have your day in court.
All right, let's go. Wait until I find where you are.
That's a threat. That's a threat. That's a threat. That's another one. That's ticket number 4.
Push me again.
Knock it off. Come on, Joel.
It's resisting arrest.
Well, she's f***ing pushing me, dude.
You don't gotta push us back.
I f***ing tripped on my foot.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I did.
You're lying.
Stop f***ing me.
Battery to law enforcement too.
No, stop f***ing hit me.
Joel, get in the car.
They're punching me.
No, we're not. Sit down. Get your feet in now.
Does he not know that body cams exist? I feel like this is a good maneuver in like 1980. But even then, dude, they didn't. 1980, people didn't give a fuck. Now, yeah, people care, but it's like, dude, nobody's hurting you. Like 1980 pre-body cam, you could be like, they're punching me. Even then, though, people would be like, yeah, the cop's punching you. People just wouldn't care. Now people care, obviously, for good reasons because there are cops that are bad. But it's like every single one. There's 5 cops that are all wearing body cams.
Feet in.
Stop.
Put your feet in.
Joel.
There's my throat.
No, we're just trying to get you in the car.
Nope, that's on camera.
It is.
That was my throat, you dumb.
Get in. Put your feet in, Joel.
No.
No.
Stop, dude.
Then put your feet in.
Stop.
We don't want to have to.
Ooh, he got those blue jeans, probably from Old Navy.
Feet in.
Stop.
We don't want to have to pull you.
Dude, you guys are harassing me.
Joel, slide in your feet, please.
Dude, I will headbutt you.
Do it. See what happens.
Run,
That was a niche joke. Only like 3 people in chat probably understood that.
dude.
You want me to seize him?
You're about to get tased, dude.
Dude, I'm gonna. I want my kid.
Jesus Christ.
Roll my window down so I tell my kid to.
Child not cooperating. Why are they detaining the kid?
Stop! I'm trying to tell my kid to stop. Roll my window down.
No.
I'm going to tell him to stop. You're hurting him. He has disabilities. Stop. I'm going to sue you.
Well, I feel like the kid's probably resisting because you were resisting. So now the kid's going, oh, I got to do the same thing my dad did.
You stupid.
Send her out to the jail.
I mean, that's like a word for word kids just modeling what their parents do.
You think
It's a child? No, I'm not mad at the child. I'm saying, like, that's the dad's fault for being an ass for a half hour. And then now his kid's just going to do the same thing.
the judge is going to be very happy this all started over honking my horn?
I don't know.
You think my lawyer's going to be happy with that?
I
Because I can tell you right now, it's not.
don't know. Okay.
An officer remained with Joe's child until his grandmother arrived to pick him and the vehicle up. Joe was charged with resisting obstructing an officer, disorderly conduct, and battery to a law enforcement officer. While the suspect never sued over this matter as promised, court records indicate the suspect has been repeatedly sued in court for injunctions against abusive conduct, failing to pay rent, repeated issues of failing to pay
Failing to pay rent, failing to pay child support.
disputes over child paternity, failing to pay rent, and civil evictions.
So did he not have custody of his kid?
In both 2023 and 2024, the suspect was prohibited against engaging in conduct or contact with certain victims he had previously targeted. The suspect also has an extensive
He's a restraining order on him? What, from cops?
criminal history, listing dozens of suspected misdemeanor and felony charges. In the incident presented in the body
Since 2005, he gets like fucking 6 charges a year.
misdemeanor and felony
Oh my god.
charges. In the incident presented in the body cam, the
Joe B. Chat, shut up.
suspect ultimately pleaded guilty to resisting or obstructing an officer twice. The
I was 3 years old in 2005.
matter was fully adjudicated
I was 3 years old in 2005.
last month, and he was sentenced to 12 months of probation, required to write a letter of apology, attend anger management, and work to obtain full-time employment.
In a society obsessed with standing up for yourself, why do so many people
I always love the cameo from Officer John.
confuse self-advocacy with public tantrums? And then this guy actually goes and uses his own child to instigate an already bad police interaction. Some people don't wake up wanting peace. They actually wake up looking for conflict, like it's oxygen and they're running out. And when you've been a cop long enough, you recognize it before they even speak a word because it's all in the eyes. What hit hardest wasn't the insults. Officers get called every name in the book, and some no one's even heard yet. What hit hardest was a child, because there's a special kind of heartbreak watching a child get taught that fear is a tool and disrespect is a strategy. Now, in my opinion, kids don't learn by lectures. They absorb behavior. And when a child watches their own father turn a traffic stop into a street corner performance, they don't see strength. They see and quickly learn instability, and they carry it into their lives, and it just continues on. Cops.
Wow, yo, this guy's like spitting right now at the end right now. Officer John. Start out with Officer John in the video. Why we put it at the end?
Never get to wait for harm to happen. If someone's ignoring lawful orders and flinging unstable emotion anywhere it'll stick, that's when intervention becomes duty. Now, I don't believe this guy even learned a lesson, but loud never equals right, and crazy never equals courage. And in this world, staying level-headed keeps you free. Losing control gets you handcuffed, a record, and a judge deciding your future. Because loudmouths never win.
Wow. That was a fucking crazy video. Who's a kid with this whack job? Child needs to be removed from his car or from his care. Dude's unhinged. Well, I'm assuming that that kid's not in his care technically if he's paying child support. Maybe joint custody, but even then, do you pay child support on joint custody? I don't know the ruling on that. I know you pay child support if you don't have custody, you pay child support. If you do have custody, you don't. I don't know about joint custody though. I think that would probably depend. It would depend on the primary residency, I would assume. Next video. "15-year-old hops on steroids and lies about it."
July 2024, Joe Biden steps out of the US presidential race, leaving Kamala Harris as the presumptive candidate. Donald J. Trump survives an attempt.
Bro, you remember when we watched that debate on stream? That show was nuts. Those were fun streams, though. Watching those debates. Oh, my God. That was, how long, when were those debates? That was June of 24. So that was almost 2 years ago. Wow.
Greg Doucette uploads a natty or not on Hussein Farhad, deeming it impossible for him to be natural, but which one singular blood test convinced him of the impossible. And 13-year-old Eric English posts a picture on Instagram looking like this. And just a little over 1 year later, this is what he looks like. The kid is on steroids.
See, here's the problem, is steroids is easy to spot with older people. Like, if I jumped on gear, you would know. Like, I would immediately gain an absurd amount of weight. But when you're like 13 to 16, you could gain like 30 pounds in a year pretty quickly. Like, when I was a freshman, I started the year at like 125, 130, ended the year at like 165. Like, you can gain weight quick. He benches 405. Okay, he's on steroids. Never mind.
But let's be real here.
Never mind.
Okay, anyone with 2 brain cells to rub
Thank you, Sketty, for the accurate info input.
together saw this coming from a mile away. The kid practically got groomed by the industry into becoming a little SARM goblin.
Well, it's also just like the problem with fitness influencers in general is the bigger you are, the better you do. And so there's like a financial incentive to just get on gear because your posts are going to do better. You're going to get more likes. You're going to have more sponsors, right? Like, if you're trying to get, all these energy drink companies and, Gymshark, Young LA, all these clothing brands, they want, what is gear? Gear is like an all-encompassing term for like SARMs, Tren, just any steroid in general that would be illegal in a tested bodybuilding like competition. HGH, is HGH gear? No. I don't know if you're allowed to do HGH in an open or a tested bodybuilding league, though. But HGH you could buy at GNC. I don't know. I don't know the rules on that. But nobody would really say you're on gear if you're on HGH. Somebody's saying you're on gear if you're on like SARMs or more.
Between Larry Wheels asking Eric when he plans on hopping on steroids as if that's a normal question to ask a 14-year-old.
I did become enhanced at 17. Is that something that you're willing to do in the future?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, whatever it takes?
Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes. That's the mindset I had.
Young LA just jumping at the opportunity to sponsor him and provide him with a direct
He has 1.5 million followers.
Network of other teenagers on steroids. And then this monstrosity right here, this bloated, watery, juiced up 19-year-old mess, most likely directly influencing Eric.
No, you know who's the worst right now? Andrei Smayev. Andrei Smayev is... Okay, he's not a teenager, so I know this is on the topic of, like, teens doing steroids. Andrei Smayev is taking so many fucking... If you're not in the influencer space, or the fitness space, you wouldn't know who Smayev is. This guy's 27. This guy is 3 years older than me.
Okay, perfect.
Look at him. Like... The amount of gear this guy is on is... And look at his fucking hand, man. Oh my god, I gotta mute that. Look at his fucking biceps, dude. I mean, he looks 45. Like, it's unreal. That the amount of muscle that guy's gained in, like, 5 years.
Eric to hop on gear, it becomes very clear that he stood absolutely no chance from the beginning. The kid got absolutely one-shotted by the fitness industry. But let's recap everything from the start. I actually remember Eric coming across my Instagram feed about 2 years ago as a 13-year-old kid getting into fitness. He blew up pretty much...
The problem, too, is people are gonna fucking shit on you. Like, I don't think it's just the fitness influencers that were around him that might have been influencing him to get on gear. But it's also just like... If you're going to openly post your gym progress on Instagram, the amount of chuds that are going to fucking shit on you is insane. The amount of people that are going to be like, you're fucking... It's like not even the black pill community. It's just a bunch of like gym heads that are just dickheads because they want to put other people down and make themselves seem like bigger in their own mind. So if you're like, hey, I'm just starting to work out, they're going to be like, yeah, buddy, you have no potential. I could tell by your structure you're not going to be able to put on muscle. Why do steroids make you look older? You lose your hair, you get acne, you're just going to age a bit more. Are you tired of having to transfer money from your Cash App account to be able to spend it at the store? Well, all your problems are now solved with the all-new customizable Cash App debit card. With no monthly charges or minimum balance requirements and exclusive cardholder perks, the Cash App card is the card for you. Not only does the Cash App debit card give you exclusive discounts on things that you get every single day, like coffee, food delivery, video games, and more, but also exclusive pre-sale ticket access to some of your favorite artists like Kendrick Lamar, SZA, Sabrina Carpenter, Drake, and more. And for a limited time only, new Cash App customers over the age of 18 can earn $10 if they use code CASH10 in their profile at sign up and send $5 to a friend or more within the first 14 days. And if you're 13 to 17, request a parent or guardian sponsored account, sign up with code CASH10 and get $10 dropped into your account when you order and activate a Cash App card and send $5 or more to a friend within the first 14 days. Terms apply. Thank you to Cash App for sponsoring this video, and let's get back into it.
Often that you see a little kid hitting lat spreads and stomach vacuums, and credit where credit's due, okay? The kid looked amazing for a 13-year-old.
Yeah, he's got a lot of muscle.
Please don't clip that out of context. Okay, I promise I'm not in any Jeff Nipstein flight logs. But it's true, alright? Look at his physique. Alright, look at the biceps, look at the serratus, look at the vacuum pose. I mean, keep in mind, this kid is 13 years old. Okay, I would have killed to look like this at 13. I mean, come on. 1.7
Dude, 1.7 million likes is nuts.
Million likes? And so, as expected,
He looks starved. He was doing a vacuum, which is when you, like, suck in, like, you're like... I can't even... Oh my god, that just made me cramp. Oh. I can't even do a vacuum like that. That hurt. Minus aura. Yeah, out of my prime. Getting a bit old? No, I just don't do fucking vacuums. I was supposed to go to the gym today and I didn't, though. I think I am starting to get smaller. I don't have the abs like Clav.
It's be flocking to sponsor this kid, the main one being Young LA. And it makes sense from a business perspective.
I worked with Young LA for like 4 months. I don't think they really got many returns on my code, though, so...
Right, Eric has...
Didn't really didn't really continue from there.
A lot of eyes on it. Whether it's okay from an ethical standpoint, though, we'll get into later. But so he gets sponsored by Young LA fairly early on the 23rd of November 2023. This post by Rising Lifters reads, "This is crazy. 13-year-old Eric English has become the youngest ever Young LA athlete.
See, here's the thing though, is like Young LA isn't Young LA has a weird most energy drink brands like Gorilla Mind or Young LA or like any of those companies, they're not guaranteed giving you a salary. Like some of it might just flat out be like an affiliate code, but the affiliate code is only given to a set amount of people. Does that make sense? Where like Young LA does have people on salary. Like some of their what is Young LA? Thought Young LA was close. It is. Young LA is a fitness brand, like Gymshark. I'm just talking about like broad fitness sponsors in general. Like just because you have a code doesn't mean that you didn't get paid. It doesn't mean that you're getting paid monthly. A lot of the time it does. I'm assuming for somebody at his size, in terms of followers, he was probably getting like, maybe like $5K a month or something like that. On top of whatever like affiliate code they were giving him.
Documenting his incredible,
maybe more actually. He was getting 1 million likes a post. He was probably getting paid more.
Fitness journey.
It's amazing for 13. Yeah, but the other problem is like when you're that young in the space, you're just gonna get conned, bro. They're gonna lowball the fuck out of you. If you don't have a management agency and this 13-year-old is negotiating with a company, they're just gonna pay him shit.
Has amassed over 800,000 followers on Instagram, attracting the big.
I'm not saying Young LA is. I don't think they would. Young LA, when I worked with them, was a pretty decent company, but I don't know what type of deal he would have gotten.
Biggest brands in the industry. Now, due to the sponsorship, he of course immediately.
How does somebody that young get roids? That guy right behind him? Any gym influencer? If you were like really into lifting and you're like when I was 15 going to the gym, I could have just asked around and somebody would have gotten me roids at some point. Because you got to keep in mind, these kids aren't going to Planet Fitness, right? Like they're not working out at some fucking chain gym. They're working out at like not a 24-hour. They're working out at like a 6 a.m. to like 8 p.m. gym just full of like meatheads. Like there's like half the guys are on roids.
Starts collabing with big roided up names in the industry, like Eric Janicki, for example, from HTLT Supplements. He's now fully entered the fitness industrial complex, and there's no way back for him. June 6, 2024, a video of him posing gets 271,000 likes. One day later, June 7th, 2024, he already starts making steroid jokes. August 15th, 2024, he goes to a Young LA event and gets to meet some incredible influences, like self-proclaimed steroid, gambling, and drug addict Togi. 10 days later, he posts a video of him posing alongside Noel Dizel, and you can tell that Eric is slowly but surely packing on size. Very, very impressive for a 14-year-old. September 18th, 2024, Eric appears to have started a pretty significant bulk and is looking a lot fluffier. He's now wanting to put on as much size as possible. October.
He still doesn't look like he's on steroids though. Like, the problem with telling like if this kid's on steroids is really just like what he's lifting. Like I know I was like, oh, when he's benching 4 or 5, I'm like, this kid's on roids. Just because he looks like the person that has a build that he could bench maybe like 225 if he was really lifting. Like, there were guys in my high school that were sophomores benching 500. But they were also 320-pound linebackers, right? Like, they were 6'4" and 330. You know, this kid looks 5'7". Like, if you're like 5'7" and you're benching 405, you're like one of the strongest people in your age range ever.
October 12th, 2024, Eric goes to the Olympics.
For how big you are.
Again, gets to meet influencers like Larry Wheels, infamous fake natty Tristan Lee, and Nick the Mutant Walker.
Dude, I remember being so jealous of Tristan, because I think Tristan Lee is around my age. I remember being so jealous of Tristan Lee when I was younger. Yeah, Tristan Lee's my age. I remember being so jealous of him, and I was like, it's because he's short. That's why he looks so good. That's why he has a six-pack. Who's Tristan Lee? Some fitness influencer.
2nd of January 2025, his infamous collab with Larry Wheels. We'll circle back to this in a bit. So at this point, start of 2025, this is what Eric now looks like. Very impressive physique. He actually has a good amount of muscle on his frame. He also still appears to be natural here. His progress up until this point seems to be indicative of a young kid that has just recently started puberty and has a passion for working out. But only 6 months later, his comment section on Instagram would blow up with people spamming needle emojis and accusing him of being on steroids. And once you see his 8-month transformation, it all starts to make sense why.
6 months?
I mean, come on. It looks
I don't know, bro. There were guys in my high school that were that big. There were like I mean some of my chatters, I know the transformation's nuts, but like he's not shredded like that. Like this guy probably is like 18% body fat. Like that's not that unreasonable. You're going through puberty. You're lifting all the time, and he's probably eating a shitload, and he's hanging out with influencers, and he has a reason to just constantly lift. I don't want to be, like, playing devil's advocate here, but I used to watch Doucette's Natty or Not videos. I used to watch, like, all the shit about David Lade. And, like, a lot of those guys, yeah, were on fucking roids. But, like, some of the time, it would just be like, yeah, he's on roids. Look at him. I'm like, you can't just say, look at him. He's on roids. Like, yeah, a big thing that people point towards steroids is, like, your shoulders. Because your shoulders gain a lot of muscles when you're on steroids because there's some, like, receptors there or some shit. I don't know the science about it. His shoulders aren't that big.
like the guy on the left ate the guy on the right. You know how people usually tell you to trust the process when it comes to working out? This kid has skipped the process entirely. This is an insane 6-month transformation. I mean, Eric practically had the entire fitness industry shocked. And understandably so, right? One moment he looks like a freshman, 6 months later he looks like he's repeating senior year for the 5th time. I mean, he must have somehow been able to get his hands on Hussein Farhat's elusive broomstick and ladder workout routine. It's the only way I can make sense of this insane transformation. Genuinely, this is, shout out to this girl, by the way. Let me just make sure my ass cheeks are front and center while I take a picture with a 15-year-old. Who is this girl? What a surprise. An entire page full of Jim Selguner bait. If you actively consume this type of content, you're what's wrong with the fitness industry, okay? Just fully contributing towards the degeneration of this industry. Some of you need to be ashamed of yourselves, okay? Genuinely, do better. 1 million likes on this reel. The top comment has over 120,000 likes. I missed
a couple chapters. Cut's going to be crazy.
A couple of chapters. Look, let's click on a random post, right? This one is from April.
Yo, somebody said song name. On God, though. Side note, that's facts. Any gym influencer somehow has, like, the most niche funk fucking edit music. Bro, like, you'll just be, like, it'll just be, like, a random, like, video of them doing curls, and it'll just be this playing. And you're like, what song is that?
Just a couple of chapters. Look, let's click on a random post, right? This one is from April 2025. And this is what he looks like. And then let's just scroll up a couple of times. This is 4 months.
Wait, how much does he weigh?
Later. A couple times.
225 at 5'11". Yeah. And it's like, it's not like a fat 225. Like the guys in my high school that were benching 405 when they were like sophomores were like 6'2", 340. But they were, like, big.
This is 4 months later. A completely different person. Look at the top comment. Every single time he posts, he grows twice in size. 20,000 likes. And of course, his strength just inexplicably skyrockets as well. Here he says that he could bench 315 pounds for multiple reps only a week after benching for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, this kid's 15, and he's 3 inches shorter than me, but 40 pounds heavier.
And that's 140 kilograms, right?
All right, now I'm starting to see the steroids.
Totally normal. And then, of course, only 2 months later.
Holy shit! Yo, putting 4 plates on each side. My God.
He's hitting 405 pounds on the bench press. That's 180 kilograms.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean, come on. To put that into perspective, it can take natural lifters with decent genetics and dedicated bench programming up to a decade.
Yeah, like right now, I like half-ass my lifting. If I really just locked in at the gym, really only spent every day working out. Right now, my max is probably around 270. I think in 6 months, I could bench 270 to maybe 340, but I'm also 24. Like, that's a crazy increase.
To hit 4 plates on the bench.
340. I think if if 340 is crazy, sketty. I know that I'm very self-absorbed in this sense, but hear me out. If I dropped everything that I was doing and I just worked out all the time and I only cared about working out and weightlifting and powerlifting, I think I could bench 340 in 6 months. Do it then? No, because I would have to spend fucking 3 hours a day at the gym and I would have to focus on everything that I'd eat. I would also bulk like crazy. That's how I would do it. I would gain 30 pounds, and then I would put 60 on the bench. That's what I do. I barely bench at 350. I barely hit 315. Sketty, you work out all the time. I feel like you're like a meathead. I think that bro, I'm not trying to sit here and be like, if I locked in, I could bench a lot. When I was a sophomore, I could squat 315 ass to grass for 10 reps. And I was 165. Like, I think if I actually fucking, like, just locked in, I could do, like, 320.
Even never be able to. And Eric does it at age 15 after only 2 months of benching. Right? That's it.
That's not that hard. I'm not saying it's that hard. I'm not bragging. See, here's that one chat. That's not that hard. I'm actually 16 and I fucking squat 485. Meanwhile, you hit a fucking 30-degree squat and then fucking just stand back up.
The industry's leading authority on natty or nots. I feel like I've seen more than enough to pass a verdict here. I've reviewed the evidence. I've consulted the common sense.
Heaviest you've ever been, 185. Right now, I'm probably like 178.
Section. I have stared at pictures.
This is making me want to lock in. This chat doubting me right now is actually like pissing me off. I'm so serious. I'm so dead ass. Now I really want to, but I get up too late, bro. I'm a bum. I play video games till 3 a.m. and then I fucking wake up at like 10:30.
A shirtless 13-year-old for much longer than I'm comfortable admitting. I mean, seriously, I was doing research for this video and writing this script in a coffee shop.
I would love to be 200 pounds, but like a good actually, no, like 195. Not in the twos. I would love to be like a 190 to 195, just in shape, though.
There were people sitting behind.
Let me train you. I'll get you to 225. Brother, I would have to gain 45 pounds. I would be fat. If I gained 45 pounds in 6 months, I would look horrible.
Do you know how weird I felt? It took me like 10 minutes to realize working on this video in public wasn't my brightest idea and packed my bags to go home. Anywho.
Hop on gear. Now you're talking. Nope, don't do that. Don't do steroids.
I'm digressing. By the power vested in me by absolutely no one, I officially ruled this kid a fake natty. Now, as I said at the start of the video, the writing was already on the walls years ago. Of course, any teenager that suddenly finds social media fame for their physique is going to be at an increased risk of hopping on PEDs due to industry pressure. We've seen this happen countless of times. But what sealed the deal for me, what made me confident that it was only going to be a matter of time before Eric would start sipping on the forbidden Capri Sun, was that Young LA sponsorship. And this speaks to a much bigger problem within the industry, especially regarding Young LA. You see, Young LA, more so I feel like than most of their competitors, seem to be really focused on capturing as much of that teenage lifter market share as possible. And there's inherently nothing wrong with that, right? There's nothing wrong with catering towards this age group. Teenage lifters.
Well, yeah, teenage lifters is going to be the highest growing market, and it's your biggest competitor is Gymshark. I mean, Gymshark did this years ago, though. Like, for those of you that remember, Young LA 10 years ago, I don't know if it was a thing, but like, when I was 15, my version of Young LA was Gymshark. Gymshark was the gym brand.
Especially
that was what everybody wanted to wear. It was like they had the coolest stringers and like pants, shorts.
Online make up a really big part of this industry. A lot of people, including myself, got into lifting as teenagers. No, the problem lies when you then cede all responsibility in favor of increasing numbers and virality as much as possible, which has led Young LA to repeatedly sponsor some of the most egregious teenage PED cases in the industry. For example, do you guys remember this kid, Logan Dishman, that 17-year-old Young LA athlete who claimed he was natty while benching nearly 1,000 pounds, but then exposed himself.
I mean, okay, I'm not trying to rule check you right now, but butts off the bench here, pal.
1,000 pounds.
Butts off the bench here, pal. That's not a real 900-pound lift.
But then exposed himself.
If I put my butt off the bench, I could... No.
When he got hospitalized for using a dirty steroid needle.
Oh my god.
And his heart stopped beating while in the ER, causing him to go on life support. Well, he's still sponsored by Young LA. They didn't issue a single statement, didn't disavow the abuse of PDs amongst minors. Instead, they kept him on and continued inviting him to their events. They made it very clear that the only thing they care about is how many eyeballs these kids can bring to their brand, which is already bad enough on its own. But then they take someone like Eric English, a young, impressionable 14-year-old, and they fly him out to those same events so he can intermingle with those older teenagers who are openly abusing performance-enhancing drugs, teenagers who Young LA are directly enabling. Do we really think these dudes are not going to rub off on a 14-year-old? And yet this guy, Logan Dishman, does not even appear to be the main influence in Eric's decision to hop on PEDs. No. That honor belongs to another teenager, also sponsored by Young LA, also seemingly introduced to Eric through a Young LA event, who also appears to be throwing everything but the kitchen sink at himself when it comes to PEDs. Meet Gentile Lifts. Probably the most obnoxious fitness influencer you'll see in a very long time. He got his break on the internet by injecting himself with copious amounts of steroids and creating what can only be described as some kind of weird, niche fetish content. No. I'm not joking, okay? How else are you gonna describe this?
This back exercise is gonna make you squeal like a pig.
What the fuck?
Exercise is gonna make you squeal like a pig. Oink, oink, don't be a little pig. Let's go hit some heavy hammer curls. 70 pounds, she couldn't make it 2 rounds. I bent over like she was last night. She was the opposite of tight. The 115 flew faster than her cream. Back exercise that will make you scream like a monkey. Make sure to get your potassium in.
Yeah, seems like a normal, well-adjusted fella.
Why are people like, but like that has to be like rage bait content.
To me, you'd think surely nobody actually watches this shit, right? Like, it has to be contained to some weird fringe subgroup of gym cells. Nope. 164,000 likes. The irreparable damage Shizzy has done to the fitness industry truly needs to be studied.
Scary 1,000-pound front squats.
Okay, no, that's kind of funny though. Like him starting out the video wearing a mask, just red in the face, flexing, screaming in the mic.
Just a regular healthy 07 kid. So we first see Eric and Gentile meeting up way before he made his insane transformation and before he even started bulking for the first time. This video right here is from August 2024. As expected, they met up at a Young LA gym, as you can see in the background. They seemingly didn't collab again until right around Eric made his suspicious transformation. But ever since that transformation, it's as if every other reel this guy posts includes Eric in some way, shape, or form. They've gotten very chummy with each other. So right as Eric makes a highly suspicious transformation, he starts hanging out with a teenager that very obviously abuses PEDs. It's not very difficult to see what most likely happened here.
Watch the bulk get us massive.
Well, the scariest part is like this is gonna fuck up their hormones. Like if they ever get off gear, and they've been on gear since they were like 15. They're going to have to be on basically hormone replacement therapy for the rest of their life. Like, they're not, yeah, you're not going to naturally create testosterone as a male if you're on steroids, like, say, 14 to 28, and he gets off when he's, like, 29. Like, he's going to be on test. Not, like, steroid test, but he's going to be on test for the rest of his life.
Sure to eat.
Just why? Why would you want to look like this?
Unless you're sketty, of course. Yeah, unless you're sketty, because your mind and your body are a temple.
Dad Eric is bulking with the intention to cut, but this guy Gentile has looked like this for years. Just grotesque. And that steroid moon face is not doing Eric any favor. Even though he's a handsome young man, all that water weight and redness has him looking like... Okay, I'm not gonna say that. That's mean. Fuck it, I'm gonna say it. Looking like John Pork.
The bulk is real. He went from, hello, my name is Eric English, to, I'm Eric. Give me another burger. He added over 100 pounds to his bench in just 4 months.
Okay, yeah, 100 pounds to a bench in 4 months is nuts.
Because of the bulk.
POV, you showed your boy
100 pounds at the bench in 4 months. And that's starting at 305 to 405. And y'all are saying I'm crazy. Well, he's also on steroids. But I'm saying I would go from like 270 to 340, which would be a 70 increase.
How to
in
bolt.
6
This being
months.
obvious code for you showed your boy how to run a cycle. Okay, this is this guy's entire thing. Gentile's entire brand is just rage baiting everybody by consistently claiming he's natural
Joe's
to
gonna
farm and
find
game.
my TikTok and we're gonna feel embarrassed. Sketty lifts, probably. Oh yeah, this is Sketty. Low genuinely a smooth 3 seconds away from blasting gear, getting famous, and claiming natty / vegan. I think that's the move. You'd be like the new David Lade. You'd be like, oh, no, I'm not on gear.
Engagement. And this is just another instance of that, passing off Eric's obvious PED use as quote-unquote just a bulk. Take a look at this comment I found in a Reddit thread about Gentile lifts. I couldn't directly verify these claims myself, so do take them with a pinch of salt, but nonetheless I figured they were worth mentioning. This commenter basically wrote that Gentile got exposed with some other guys including Logan Dishman for being in a quote-unquote we are kids and take PEDs group. He then also claims that there was early footage of Gentile in 2023 that was leaked where he said that he had been on a cycle for a while and I was gonna claim natty for jokes and sponsors. I gotta say, it does all sound very in character for these two meatheads. These are the influences in Eric's life. This is why I say that it should have come to no surprise to anyone that was paying attention that Eric would eventually hop on PEDs. This is what Young LA is
But I just don't understand the reason to lie about being on steroids, because the majority of these brands will still sponsor you if you're on steroids. They don't care, right? Like if you're a gymfluencer and you're on roids, like you are, that doesn't mean you're not going to get sponsored by fucking protein companies and shit like that. They don't give a fuck, right? Because they still sponsor open bodybuilders. They sponsor IFBB pros, and IFBB pros are all on roids. It's just, maybe they don't talk about it, but it's like he's a child. Yeah, but I'm saying the guys that are like 19, 20. Why are they saying it has to be just for clicks. I'm not talking about Eric right now. I'm talking about these guys that are like 19, 20, 25. Like, why are they saying they're not on roids? Just say you're on roids. Who cares, right? Like Noel Diesel, I follow him, or Diesel, however you say his name. He's on roids. He says he's on roids, right? And which I respect. Like, if you're I don't care if you're a gymfluencer on roids. Just say you're on steroids, right? In this case, I don't think this kid should be taking steroids because he's fucking 15 and it's gonna ruin his body. But
okay, it should speak to how cooked this industry is.
And then you get worried, man. Like, dude, like then you get into the fear that these guys will die when they're like 30.
Can't even expect the
amount of gym influencers that have heart attacks when they're young.
Bare minimum level of responsibility from one of the largest brands in this space. You know, it's not like we're asking them to build schools in Africa or send humanitarian aid to war zones. Just maybe don't enable steroid use amongst minors. You know, maybe don't sponsor and promote 17-year-olds that take steroids, lie about it, and then get hospitalized due to them. Maybe don't introduce impressionable 14-year-olds to a climate riddled with PED use. Corrupting the youth just to sell a couple of extra t-shirts is truly an interesting business model, I gotta say.
The devil's advocate response here is they're gonna do it either way because they look up to these guys. Even if you're not putting them on in a physical sense where like Eric's gonna meet the Trend twins, he's still gonna watch them. And so they're still just going to take the steroid.
But hey, Batman merch, right everyone? I get to feel like Bruce Wayne on my Demon Winter arc, fueled by weird cuck fantasies. And to be truthful, as much as I like to point a finger at Young LA, they are simply
Noel's on the boat with them? Yeah, because Noel's a Young LA influencer.
A symptom of a much broader problem. The reason why they enable this stuff is because there's no downside for them in doing so. Because teenage PED use as a whole...
And I don't think, for the people that he's like, oh, Noel's on the boat with them, Noel doesn't promote steroid usage to Eric. I guarantee you he doesn't. Because he openly says on his videos, like, I'm on steroids. That doesn't mean you should take them.
Has just become way too normalized in this industry. It's why Larry Wheels asks a 14-year-old if he has any plans of hopping on steroids in the future, as if that's a normal thing to do, and why he receives almost no backlash for doing so.
I did become enhanced at 17. Is that something that you're willing to do in the future?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah? Whatever it takes?
Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes. That's the mindset I had.
That's the mindset I had. Larry Wheels is so dumb, bro. Like, I genuinely think he's like a good, well-meaning guy, but he just doesn't think stuff through.
Yeah, I don't think like Larry Wheels meant bad when he said that, but it's like from the outside perspective, it's like you're kind of like low-key convincing this kid to take steroids. But from Larry's perspective, he's just like, oh, well, I was on steroids when I was 17.
This particular case to be exceptionally unfortunate because he truly didn't have to hop on PEDs. There's a reason why Eric managed to grow his following to over 1.5 million followers without ever touching a needle. The kid was genuinely unique in that he started lifting and documenting his journey at such a young age, and that you could see him not only grow up but develop himself as a natural lifter from scratch. But now he's just become another fake natty. This is a great comment right here. What would little you think about you hopping on steroids? And Eric replies with, speaking out of ignorance. This guy comments a needle emoji. Eric replies with, insecurity. So much potential. Yet in the end, he just became another gaslighting fake natty to add to the pile. Since I know you'll be watching this video.
Yeah, because it's always like they never just take a steroid test to be like, I'm not on roids. They're always just like, nah, I'm not on roids. Like, you could just like prove that. Take a drug test. That was a good video. I have no hate towards that kid. It's just like, don't, you know, like if he is on steroids, which, you know, most people's signs are pointing towards yes, it's like, it's more so the worry of like, hey man, that's like really bad for you. Like that could kill you. I'm sorry, child. I know I pissed 4 times this stream. I gotta piss The bank heist of the century.
Jenny is working the night shift at a cash depot in Sweden. She's counting banknotes, tons of money. But by now, it's just pieces of paper to her. Routine, really. Just like these headphones.
Why is it low quality? Oh.
She and the others are wearing to block out the noise. But suddenly, a new sound starts to creep in. Wait, is that a helicopter? This is the beginning of one of the most spectacular bank heists in history. Robbers will strike several locations.
Well, the problem's you already need a helicopter, bro. What? I feel like the ideal bank heist is like you get in and get out in the middle of the night when nobody's there. You drill a hole into the bank vault, steal the gold out, drop it downstairs into a boat because you're actually in, what's that city that floats? I'm just describing the plot of a movie with Jason Statham. Venice. You're actually in Venice and you drop the gold through the floorboards and it falls into a boat in the water and you drive away.
And of all things, the security camera at a local McDonald's will provide a crucial clue.
Why does every criminal get caught in a McDonald's? Like, why is the security cameras like McDonald's employees? Why is it just like people commit a crime and then they go and get McDonald's? I feel like that's like so common. Like Luigi Mangione got caught in a McDonald's. This guy gets caught in McDonald's. I feel like when I can't list anything outside of that, but you could probably Google like major criminals that just got caught in McDonald's.
Behind it. September 23, 2009. Spectacular robberies in Sweden have been making headlines for several years now, but this heist tops everything. As the international press turns its attention to the small town of Västberga, the authorities are clueless. How much money was stolen? How many robbers were involved? And why couldn't the
Dude, the bank heist, I know this is going to be a cool video, but the ideal bank heist is you rob the British gold vault. It's just so hard to do. Because it's not only, like, majorly protected, you're stealing something that weighs thousands of pounds. Like, where are you going to put the gold? Like, if you steal that, it's like billions of dollars. Isn't it like $1 trillion in gold? Not $1 trillion. It's a lot of money. How much gold is in the British vault? 5,000 tons of gold. 200 billion pounds. Money-wise, not pounds like weight.
According to a Swedish daily newspaper, police didn't reach the cash depot until 30 minutes after the alarm was triggered. Meanwhile, the nearest police station is only a 15-minute walk away. What happened? Official statements are vague. The security company that owns the cash depot stays quiet too. G4S is one of the largest security firms in the world. They install security systems and protect sites such as nuclear power plants in the US and even the Pentagon. Right before the end of the month, depots like this one are packed with cash. so people across Sweden can withdraw their salaries the moment the money arrives. A pretty good time to strike. So far, only one thing is clear. This is the first robbery in Sweden to use a helicopter, a Bell 206. It's a relatively small light chopper.
How do they not track you from that though? Because it's like this isn't fucking 100 years ago, man. This is 2009, 2010. Isn't there going to be like a paper trail of whose helicopter this is? Low altitude? No, I'm not saying track you like with radar. I'm saying if they go, hey, that guy just stole money with a helicopter, they're going to go, what was the helicopter? A Bell 206. Who bought it? It's stolen. I feel like they're gonna route you back, man. I feel like after like 9/11, stealing shit got infinitely harder. There are security cameras everywhere. They're gonna go, okay, it was stolen. Was there anything around there? Was there any? Okay, there was a stolen car. Was there anybody that found that? At some point, they're gonna see you on a camera, and it's a McDonald's.
The best-selling models ever. It can carry 5 people, including the pilot, but it isn't built for heavy loads. A well-known Swedish criminologist speculates that the robbers could have stolen up to 1 billion kroner from the depot. Back then, about $130 million. Helicopter experts, on the other hand, say that carrying that much cash, it should have crashed. So how the hell did they pull this off? September 23, the early morning hours. Mittinge, a small town known for its sea views and peaceful atmosphere, is asleep. Alongside holiday homes, the town also has a hangar, housing these 2 helicopters. They belong to the Stockholm police. And this man sneaking through the bushes has his eye on them. Under each arm, he's carrying a plastic box. The man places the first box in front of the hangar. Then he moves to the back and places the second one. Then he returns to the hangar's entrance and pulls out a hatchet. He smashes the numbered entry pad several times. Finally, he disappears back into the darkness.
I don't know, bro. I just have the take when it's like, you're this meticulously planning a crime to steal, millions of dollars worth of money. Aren't you equally smart enough to, like, con the system in a legal way? Like, I truly believe that, like, these guys that, like, fuck the system and, like, find loopholes in the government tax code could as easily just commit crimes, and vice versa. Like, if you're somebody that's smart enough to rob a bank and get away with it, you're probably smart enough to just actually make money.
Nothing happens. The man walks to the nearest bus stop and gets rid of his gear. His part of the job is done. Now it's up to the others. Back at the depot. Down here, Jenny and her colleagues are counting cash. Up here, a Bell 206 barrels toward the building. With remarkable precision, it lands on the roof, perfectly positioned between the glass pyramid and the edge. 3 people jump out. One is carrying a submachine gun. Another runs straight toward the pyramid and swings a huge sledgehammer at the glass.
Sledge from Rainbow Six. Okay, so we know what kits they're rocking. That's weird. He's like Rook on attack.
Again and again. Meanwhile, his accomplice calmly unloads his gear. Explosives, climbing ropes, and mailbags. 2 ladders are attached to the helicopter's skids. The robbers detach one of them and set it down beside the chopper. After a few more swings, the glass gives way. The helicopter lifts off. The robbers enter the building. Jenny's boss spots them. He knows they're coming for the counting room, so he rushes back and yells,
"Secure the money!"
Then he triggers the...
Secure the money! It's the Monopoly man himself. Chain doors or steel doors slam down.
But her boss's instructions are clear. The cash has to be locked away in these cages, made of reinforced steel, secured with padlocks. It's still quiet.
In the commotion, I'm pocketing the cash if I'm her. In the commotion, oh no, they're heroes still. Shoving the money
police
in your
station,
pants.
about a 10
They got away with some of it.
minute drive from Vestberga. Inspector Göran Palm is about
Oh wait, no, there's cameras everywhere. Never mind.
to finish his shift. He's waiting for his colleague to take over. When suddenly, the alarm sounds. Immediately, Inspector Palm rushes to his car. A colleague jumps in after him. They're told that the alarm came from the G4S cash depot. Helicopter, armed men, on the roof. Palm speeds toward the scene. He feels like he's starring in a Hollywood movie. Soon, they're closing in on the depot.
This would be pretty lit, dude. Responding to a bank robbery.
When Palm spots something on the road. The officers jump out of the car to find out.
Actually terrifying as well, though. I feel like you would have like a mixture of adrenaline and also like morbid fear. Because this is going to result in a shootout.
What just happened? Chains, stretched across the entire road and studded with spikes. The robbers are inside the building now. They set up a ladder to climb up to the 6th floor. The main vault where the money is usually stored is on the 2nd floor, but the counting room is up here. To get there, this glass pane needs to go. Hitting it with a sledgehammer doesn't work, so the robber uses explosives.
Hitting a glass pane with a sledgehammer doesn't work? Oh, we're on thermite. Okay. Is it like bulletproof glass? How is it not breaking?
So the robber uses explosives. He presses a bomb made of dynamite against the glass, connects a wire, and detonates it. They enter the office and smash through this simple door. Now, just a single steel door separates the robbers from the cash depot's staff. In the counting room, the staff is still frantically securing the money. When they hear the explosion, they panic. The team leader has been trained for a lot of things, but not for this. Then there's another explosion. The robbers are trying to get through the door. The explosion mangles the...
Yo, I'm hitting the most submissive position possible when they walk into the room, bro. Literally fucking knees on the ground, hands on top of my head. I'm literally in the nugget position. I'm just like, I'm not, yeah, ass up. Yo, just take the money, bro. I'm not trying to die. Like, you're protecting the money for what? It's not your money. Like, you're protecting government money. Like, billion-dollar bank money. Like, they're not taking money from the people anymore. This is FDIC insured. I mean, this is a different country. But I assume it's another form of FDIC insured, right? Like, why am I about to fucking die over this? Because my boss is like, put the money in the vault. Fuck you. No, I'm helping them. I'm going, they had a gun.
Metal around the handle, but it stays intact. But after a third explosion, smoke enters the room. The staff needs to get out of here, fast. The team leader orders everyone into the main vault on the 2nd floor. They leave the room through a secondary exit, take the stairs down several floors, and enter an airlock just outside the main vault. The airlock...
Imagine your boss goes, all right, we're going to have to fight him. Yo, I'd be like, all right, we're going to have to protect the money. No.
Is designed for one person. Now 14 people have to squeeze inside, including a pregnant woman. In this hermetically sealed room, there's no cell reception. The group leader can't call building security or anyone else. And the door...
Yo, you think people just start ripping ass in there?
Door to the vault won't open. They're stuck. Their colleagues in the vault room are also panicking. Building security has instructed them to keep the airlock door closed. They have no visual on the robbers. Maybe they're even hiding among the employees in the airlock. It's so cramped in here that no one can move. The air is stuffy, the heat almost unbearable. Yenny's colleague struggles to pull out a photo of her daughter. If the robbers want to get into the vault by blowing their way through the airlock, no one here will survive. Meanwhile...
Well, why did we go into that room? Like, do most bank robbers kill the people that that work there? I feel like usually they just fucking... They, like, make you do shit or hold you as hostage. Really? They'll kill you?
The robbers have...
They have nothing to lose? Well, I don't know. When you're this meticulous in a bank robbery, I feel like you're just trying to get in and get out.
Entered the counting room. They carve into the cage's padlocks with a...
Wow, this is actually, like, straight out of fucking, like, Batman.
Buzzsaw. The locks are gone within seconds. While they're packing, they seem oddly calm, as if they know that no one will catch them anytime soon. Robbing a place is a pretty unethical way to make money. But let's look at... The spiked chains Palm drove into aren't the only ones. All around the depot, every access road is blocked by metal chains about 10 meters long.
Nobody saw that? What time of day did they say it was? You see a guy in a fucking balaclava on the side of the road laying metal spikes on the ground? I'm probably letting someone know.
It's open. The robbery's been in progress for more than 15 minutes now. The helicopter's still circling above, meaning the robbers are still inside. Police request aerial support from the military.
What's a balaclava? Face mask.
But the armed forces can't provide any aircraft. Instead, police helicopters are ordered in. We don't know exactly how, but Inspector Palm eventually gets close to the depot. He sets up a roadblock a few hundred meters away from the building. When Palm and his colleagues ask whether they're allowed to fire at the helicopter, the answer is a strict no. It's too dangerous. Instead, they're ordered to wait for the National...
Oh, because they're flying over the city and then it would crash into a building. Valid.
Task Force.
Instinctively, I'd probably light a couple rounds into the heli.
Luckily, a police helicopter must already be on its way. Or is it? At 5:30 in the morning, police officers in Mittinga receive an alert. Robbery ongoing, a helicopter is involved. Air support required. 2 officers race toward the hangar. Their helicopter was returned just hours earlier. They'll have it ready in 10 minutes and be over Vestberga 15 minutes after the alarm. But at the entrance, they stop. Is that a bomb? There's no way they can reach the helicopter. And even if they could...
Okay, there's no way they were standing that close to it. There's no way they were standing that close to 5 feet. Is that a bomb? Let's go check it out.
Taking off in a fuel-filled helicopter next to explosives. The 2 officers have only one option. Call in the bomb squad and wait at a safe distance. So the White Bell 206 keeps circling above the cash...
Worst job ever. You're one of those guys in the marshmallow suit. You got to wander over to the bomb. You don't even know what you're dealing with yet.
Depot, unbothered. The security team watches as the intruders reappear in the courtyard and make their way toward the roof, carrying at least 7 bags. They hoist them up. The 3 men climb the ladders. One hesitates for a moment, as if he wants to go back in to get more of the money. Then they jump into the helicopter, bags in hand. And just 30 minutes after hitting the cash depot, they disappear into the morning sky. When the SWAT team enters the building, the robbers are long gone. Finally, the airlock door in the cash depot opens. The team leader, Jenny, and her colleagues are safe. At the police hangar in Mittinga.
Bro, but like when that shit happens, like obviously it's very scary for the employees, but if somebody robbed a bank I worked at, I'd be like, damn, that blows. But as long as I didn't lose my job, I feel like the only people that are upset are like the higher ups at the bank. Like if Chase Bank got robbed, no one gives a fuck but the higher ups at Chase Bank.
The bomb squad is in full swing. They use a water cannon to neutralize the bombs. But there are no explosions and no smoke. As the special unit approaches, they find 2 very wet plastic boxes with lights attached. They fell for dummies.
Oh my God! Wait, that's like the smartest thing in the world. Just attach like an Arduino kit with like a blinking LED on a briefcase. Nothing's in it. They're gonna spend hours trying to fucking, you know, get near it and see if it's safe.
A small white helicopter flying unusually low and slow over the forests. Not a single light is on. The robbers land in a forested park. They take everything with them, leaving only a GPS device and a few cable ties behind. Investigators find the helicopter about 2 hours later. They learn it was stolen from a flight school about 70 kilometers northeast of Stockholm just after 4 a.m.
And are they not going there? Like, I feel like the next train of action is let's go there and be like, who stole the helicopter? You got any cameras?
A manhunt is underway this morning.
As the country wakes up, the heist dominates the news. A reward of about $900,000 is offered for information on the robbers. The next day, the Swedish police still have no suspects.
900 grand if you have info on the robbers?
Despite the fact that they knew about the planned helicopter heist long before it happened. A month before the heist, Swedish police receive a warning from Serbia's intelligence service. A crew of international thieves is planning to strike. Serbian police even share specifics. A helicopter is to be used. 3 robbers will carry out the job, backed by a group of around 20 people. The chopper will land.
This motherfucker should have said that month after. Why are we giving him that info before? You could have got $900,000, buddy.
On the roof of a multi-story building. The crew will blast their way inside and in under 5 minutes grab the equivalent of roughly $13 million.
How does he know their exact plan? A month prior. He has to be a part of their team, right?
The whole thing will go down by September 16 at the latest. If not, the plan will be called off. The Swedish police put security measures in place. The public prosecutor authorizes phone surveillance of 2 suspects.
All right, let me give y'all a scenario, chat. A lot of y'all, okay, chat. Would you say you're a snitch? Be real. A lot of y'all say no. If you and your friend, obviously you wouldn't do this, but if you and your friend were to rob a bank and you were caught and they're going, you're facing 20 years. If you tell us who your accomplice was, we'll give you 5, but they'll get 15. Are you taking that? Fuck my friend. And you know that, okay, but then if you know, if it's you, yes. Okay, well, fuck you, Zod. Okay, you know that if you don't rat on them, they won't serve any time.
For the planned break-in, the police identified the most likely target, the Panaxia Cash Depot in Bromma, in western Stockholm. The second most likely target...
Also depends where the crime was committed. In the U.S., if I'm in Norway, they got like flat screens in their prisons. You know, I'd be like, hey, me and you are just going to bro down for 5 years.
Target, the G4S depot in Vestberga. For 4 weeks, authorities remain on high alert, reinforcing their task forces during the nights around September 16. But then, nothing happens. In Bromma or in Vestberga. So the police end the special operation, and the police helicopters move back to Mittinge. That's not the only vulnerability the robbers exploit. In the early 2000s, Sweden sees a string of robberies. The companies hit hardest are the ones that run cash depots. They're looking for help, including from the government. As early as 2005, a security company urged the government to place all cash depots and similar facilities under state protection. A formal review followed and ran for 3 years, but the Ministry of Defense took no action. Because the authorities never classified these facilities as protected sites, virtually anyone can access the building's blueprints. Floor plans of the roofs and facades, staircases and windows, everything neatly documented level by level. A Swedish news outlet later asked G4S whether the company had attempted to make the Vestberga building plans confidential. G4S didn't respond. But by then, it didn't matter.
So no.
The burned remains at the bus stop in Mittinge, for example. The cable ties used to secure the ladders to the helicopter. The sledgehammer that smashed the glass roof, including bloodstains. Because the heist was so meticulously planned, police believe the masterminds must have had military training. In all of Sweden, only a small circle of people could be capable of pulling off a coup like this. Thanks to the warning from Serbia, the Swedish police started surveilling this circle in time. Now they're sitting on a mountain of data, calls, texts.
They stole $1 billion Swedish kroner. That's $105 million? No. They stole 13 million? Yeah, no, they said they were going to steal 13 million, but wasn't there a part of the video where they said they stole $1 billion kroner?
Of logs. One of the people under surveillance is a man called Gojan Bojovic, a 38-year-old Swede with parents from Montenegro. Until recently, he worked as a construction contractor. According to Serbian wiretaps, he was recently in contact with a childhood friend, Milan Zevo, who made a career in a completely different field, the Stockholm Mafia. Zevo has since relocated to Serbia's capital, Belgrade. In 2009, Bojovic traveled to Belgrade multiple times to meet Zevo. According to the wiretap, Bojovic handed over large sums of money during these visits. Swedish police realized that Bojovic is asking Zevo for help. At the end of August, the two speak on the phone. You know what? I called a school here and asked how much it costs to learn it. 15,000 euros. Bojovic wants to learn to fly a helicopter. Zevo shuts the idea down.
Doesn't that take fucking forever? Like, you gotta hire a guy if you're gonna pull a job off in the next, 3 years. Learning to fly a helicopter.
Pilot training would take way too long.
Yeah.
So Bojovic starts looking into another solution. It's September 2, 3 weeks before the heist. Bojovic is in his car, driving toward Hepsholmen, a small island in Stockholm. It has a museum right on the waterfront. Boyevich is here to meet these.
Soft launch the idea of you. You meet a guy that flies a helicopter. You go, hey, so purely hypothetical here, but like, would you be a getaway driver? Not really driver, flyer for like a bank heist if anybody were ever to do that? Like, how much money?
Two men. They've been waiting for him. He walks up to them and sits down between them. Just a few meters away, a woman walks her dog.
What if he says no and reports you? It was purely hypothetical. You were just shooting the shit, chat.
Her real job is to observe Goran Boyevich. She can't hear exactly what.
Hypothetically speaking, if you were to steal a penguin from the Boston Zoo, what type of criminal action is against you? Is that illegal? Like, how illegal is that?
The men are saying. She can only keep an eye on them. The three chat for about 5 minutes with Boyevich doing most of the talking. Then, handshakes. One man walks with Boyevich to his car while the other gets into a Peugeot and drives off. On September 28, 5 days after the heist, the police and a Swedish court announced that 6 suspects have been arrested. One of the suspects is Goran Boyevich. Searching his apartment, investigators found a bag containing about 118,500 kroner.
Completely unrelated. He's just a big gambler that's won at the casinos previously.
Roughly $15,000 at the time. He's believed to have put the team together. Another man is arrested at Arlanda Airport just before he can escape to the Canary Islands. The press nicknames him Flykt, which means escape in Swedish. His real name is Alexander Eriksson. He's a TV producer who runs in high society circles with Swedish celebrities. He's even rumored to be in contact with the Prime Minister. Between October and December, police arrest 7 more men accused of helping plan or taking part in the heist. One of them is believed to have planted the fake bombs. His DNA is found in the remains of the gloves and the lighter. In January, investigators identified the man who carried the submachine gun. The police already know him. His name is Zara Kadum, and this was his second armed robbery. Back in 2000.
How'd they identify that motherfucker from that image? What do we got, like AI running like build demographics on this? Like, I mean, how do you even tell who this person is? It's a white guy, a whitish guy. That's all you can tell from literally this one sliver right by where his balaclava and his shirt meets.
His name is Zara Kadum.
DNA.
And this was his second armed robbery. Back in 2000, he and a gang stole invaluable art from the Swedish National Museum. He was caught and served.
It's Sal from Impractical Jokers.
2 years in prison. Now he's been caught again. In July 2010, the public prosecutor presses charges. While the 10 arrests are seen as a major success for the investigation, authorities believe there must have been more people involved behind the scenes. For over 10 months, the police gather evidence and interview witnesses. 50 investigators work the case full-time. By now, they have a clear picture of how much the robbers managed to steal. Almost 40 million kroner, about $5 million at the time.
That's so mid. That's so mid. You're 6 guys stealing 5 mil. Like, the way that I perceive a bank heist is you need to be able to retire after, right? You're done working for the rest of your life. Like, after everybody gets a cut and you're also laundering the money because now it's dirty money, like, bro, you're going to have like 600, 700K. Like, that's a lot of money, but like, you're still probably going to need to work.
Too much. Just under a year after the robbery, the 10 men stand trial. 5 of them are accused of being...
Yes, 10 guys. And then how are we doing these cuts, man? Is this GTA? If I'm Goran, I'm saying, hey, buddy, I hosted the lobby. I'm getting 40%, right? Like, I'm not doing that bullshit where you come in for the final step of the heist and I give you an even cut. Hey, pal, you're getting 5% tops. 10? Maybe, right? Getaway drivers getting more. I'm getting a lot for planning. Like, you split that up in a way where it's like, hey, I put in all the work, man. Like, we're not... Like, if you're one of the guys that's now, like, just some, chud that's involved in the last step, just holding a gun, like, you're probably getting nothing.
Charges of aiding and abetting. The public prosecutor is confident there's enough evidence to convict all of them. But the men deny the charges. Take Alexander Eriksson, the TV producer. He's accused of flying the helicopter on the night of the heist. No way, he insists. His DNA in the stolen helicopter? That's easily explained, he says. After all, the chopper was stolen from the flight school he's been a member of for 15 years. The undercover officer at the museum clearly identifies him as the man in the suit at the meeting with Boyevich. Erickson admits he was at the meeting. And yes, he talked to Boyevich, but about wind power, since Boyevich works in construction. He claims to have an alibi, too. On the night of the heist, he was involved in a car accident. But there's a problem. An hour after the supposed accident,
he fucking crashes his car right into a fucking tree, like minutes before the robbery goes down, and just runs to the helicopter. Just, boom, fucking stumbles out there like, are you okay? You don't know me. You don't know me. Just fucking runs away.
He's spotted at a local McDonald's about a
No! Oh my God.
On the night of the heist, he was involved in a car accident. But there's a problem. An hour after the supposed accident, he's spotted at a local McDonald's about a 30-minute walk from where the helicopter was later found. Surveillance footage shows Erickson calmly ordering breakfast just before 7 a.m. How did he get from a car crash in central Stockholm to a McDonald's in the suburbs? The prosecution is convinced that two of the other defendants staged the crash to give him an alibi. Surprisingly, one of them, Zadok Adhum, admits his involvement. Investigators found his blood on multiple pieces of evidence. The other defendants continued to deny any involvement in the heist. But after just 18 days of trial, 7 of the 10 defendants are convicted. Alexander Eriksson and Zadok Adhum are each sentenced to 7 years in prison for armed robbery.
Yo, why don't you, like, get somebody else's blood and then, like, put it on the sledgehammer? Am I crazy, or is that, like, a high IQ play? It does connect you slightly, but, like, you just, like, in the bathroom. Hey, man. Some random guy at a gas station. Fucking spray it on.
Also goes to prison. Before the trial, they were seen as daring, clever crooks. None of them were elite soldiers in the Balkan Wars, as was speculated. But the trial stripped them of their mystique. They turned out to be nothing more than a ragtag group of violent criminals. After the heist, heated debate broke out in Sweden over how such attacks could be prevented in the future. Trade unions spoke out. Handling cash creates a dangerous work environment for employees. So, for their protection, maybe they should just get rid of it. According to a report from the banking union, 1 in 4 retail workers had already been a victim of a robbery, some multiple times. And according to an anti-cash lobby group, 2 out of every 3 Swedish kroner in circulation was actually unreported money. The helicopter heist in Vesberga contributed to a shift in thinking. Over time, cash gradually disappeared from daily life. Sweden was the first country in Europe to print paper money back in 1661. About 350 years later, it was one of the first to start abandoning it. The number of robberies in Sweden dropped dramatically. In 2008, there were over 100. By 2016, it was down to just 2. Today, many shops only accept cashless payment. Theft happens online now. In 2020...
Unless you walk into like a 7-Eleven and start stealing from those Bitcoin machines. I always wonder who uses those. You ever see those before? It's like an ATM, but you could buy Bitcoin at a gas station. Who the fuck's doing that? Who the hell's going to a gas station being like, I could probably make a sizable investment right now. Probably make a sizable investment in Bitcoin.
2025, the Swedish central bank reported that Sweden and Norway had the least cash in circulation relative to their economies of any countries in the world. But some cash is still around, and someone somewhere has quite a lot of it, because the money from the Vesberga heist was never recovered.
What? So that's how we ended? They never got the money back? So they're living lavish. They're out of jail now. Somebody got it. That's crazy. That was a tough video, bro. why Otto Warmbier didn't survive North Korea. For the people that don't know Otto Warmbier, he is the guy that took the poster off a hotel wall in North Korea. They set him back in a vegetative state, and he died.
This is Otto Warmbier. He's a 21-year-old American college student.
My crime is very severe and pre-planned.
No, it was not severe. And I also don't know really if it was pre-planned. I think North Korea's government that killed this guy and effectively tortured him is full of psychopath narcissists that don't understand that somebody taking a poster off your wall really isn't that big a deal. You probably could have charged him for it. I think any other hotel would maybe get him for like vandalism, and it would be like a petty crime, petty theft, but not to the point where he has to be on a big news station and he's pleading for his life.
Travel agency. The destination was Pyongyang, the capital of North Korea.
On the early morning of January 1st, 2016, I committed my crime aimed at harming the work ethic and the motivation of the Korean people.
Are we serious? Are we serious? Yo, they wrote that out for him to say. There's no way. I aimed at harming the North Korean people's work ethic. He took a poster off a wall, bruh. You're acting like he took a on Kim Jong-un's statue.
After a night of partying, he allegedly took a poster from the hallway of his hotel. Shortly after, he was detained for perpetrating a hostile act against the Democratic People's Republic of Korea.
I understand the severity of my crime.
Now he's here, trying to save his life, at the mercy of a totalitarian dictatorship.
I have been very impressed by the Korean government's humanitarian treatment of severe criminals like myself. And if
Are we dead ass? Dude, when he got off the plane, that motherfucker got wheeled out. They put him in like a coma borderline. Are we serious? I respect how nice they've been treating me. When he got back, he died.
They're very fair and square legal procedures in the DPR Korea.
A communist regime that nurtures a deep hate for America.
The United States administration already knows about my act through the CIA. And
yo, I actually always used to say that I would go to North Korea if they let Americans go there. I'm now changing my mind because I know they would kill my ass. I have talked so much shit about Kim Jong-un and North Korea in general, like so much shit. I couldn't pull up and be like, hello, I love your country. There's no prisoner camps here. You're not killing your people. You're a great leader. Your people aren't malnourished. No, you invented the hamburger. Oh, wow. Oh, your father invented the hamburger. Sorry. Wow. Really? Yeah, you just came up with the idea.
Connived at my crime.
Soon, the case of this college kid will escalate the already tense relationship between two nuclear powers.
North Korea best not make any more threats to the...
And I also, bro, I gotta say, it's not, there's no feeling bad for Kim Jong-un, but like, Kim Jong-un is definitively a product of the environment he grew up in. Like, Kim Jong-un would be a regular guy if he had not grown up with his father being a psycho dictator that spoiled him and like ensured that he would be the leader of his nation. Like, his son, Kim Jong-un wasn't even supposed to be the leader of North Korea. His older brother was supposed to. But his father called him a pussy and said that he couldn't lead because Kim Jong-un was better and like capable of doing that shit because his older brother was too into music and was too womanly or something. Like, Kim Jong-un was literally manipulated from the second he was a child to be the leader of North Korea.
United States, they will be met with fire and fury.
Otto Warmbier, at this point, has no idea what he is about to face.
an American, is being held captive in North Korea. He was sentenced to 21 years of hard labor.
Those prisons are rough places. If something very bad happened to him.
Americans' fateful trip to North Korea.
Complete failure to recognize fundamental human rights.
And I mean, dude, you're not even thinking, like, not only is he in North Korean prison, he's in just foreign prison, which is already terrifying. Like, imagine you're a guy that only speaks English and you get imprisoned in China. You're in jail or prison and no one speaks the same language as you. Like, that's maybe in China they would. In North Korea, no one speaks English because they hate English. They hate Western ideologies. So you're literally just like getting screamed at. You don't know what's going on.
Rights.
The dreams of a young man.
You're fucked.
Destroyed by dubious charges from a ruthless regime.
This very press conference might be his last chance to save his life.
I don't want to say, yeah, and I know that, like, they have him. Oh, my God. I feel like this is just one of those scenarios where it's like, and I'm not going to see, I know Trump was president when this was happening, and I think what he's doing right now, and he's like, we need to forcefully take over Greenland. Fucking crazy, right? Like, Denmark literally says we could use their military bases, and, like, why is he saying that? For his own personal gain. It's fucking weird, right? But, like, this is one of those scenarios where I do wonder what would have happened if he was like, if Otto Warmbier comes back harmed, I will bomb North Korea. Like, if he just, like, flat out said that. Like, obviously he never would over this kid because he's not, like, I don't want to say it, but it's like, the U.S. does hold value over important figures in foreign policy, especially with obtaining, like, either prisoners of war or, you know, people that are held captive in other countries. Like, if he was not just a random college student, it would be different.
Son in my family. My mother needs me. My father needs me. My younger brother and my younger sister need me. I entirely beg you, people and government of the DPR Korea.
I think he is emotional, but what sucks is he has to put, like, this begging plea when, like, he's not in the wrong. Like, he did a slap on the wrist thing, and they kill him for it. He did something so minute. The counterpoint people are going to say is like, well, he was in North Korea. You should have known. But it's like, okay, bro.
For your forgiveness. Please. I have made the worst mistake of my life.
Otto Warmbier won't survive, and his case will bring
What'd he do? Took a poster off a wall.
The US and North Korea to the brink of war. But the version of events many people remember might not be true.
What? Can't start out the video.
Much
like
of our
that, Fern.
research is based on this extensive GQ article. Find the link in the description. New Year's Eve, 2015. This is Kim Il-sung Square in Pyongyang.
And it's not 2015 in North Korea. It's not 2015. New Year's Eve, different year in North Korea.
Thousands of North Koreans have gathered to watch the fireworks and greet the new year. Among them is a group of tourists. These are people from Europe, Australia, and the US. They're here with a travel agency, and they booked a 5-day, 4-night New Year's party tour for $1,200. Otto Warmbier is one of them.
I mean, that's crazy, dude, how much the country's changed since then that you were able to book a New Year tour in North Korea.
New Year's party tour for $1,200. Otto Warmbier is one of them. Now, after the fireworks, they return to their hotel, a 47-story tower located on a small island in the Taedong River. It boasts 5 restaurants, a bar, a sauna, a massage parlor, even a bowling alley. One of the restaurants revolves. Because of its location, people call it the Alcatraz of fun. During the tour, they'll drink at a fancy bar and eat at fine restaurants. And, on top, they get the full propaganda tour. They've already visited the 70-foot bronze statues of Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-il, the country's first 2 dictators. They're regarded as near holy figures. State propaganda has it that when Kim Jong-il was born at the site of a holy mountain, a double rainbow and a glowing new star appeared in the sky. Today, his birthday, the Day of the Shining Star, is a public holiday. Citizens spontaneously salute the massive statue.
Yeah, and they have his dead body in a fucking box. Or some shit. It's either him or his son. They have his dead body in a box that they, like, fucking visit. Or some shit. It's fucking weird.
Homage.
Yeah, he's in an eternal
Propaganda
slumber.
is everywhere. Billboards show images of missiles striking the U.S. Capitol. Other posters sport slogans like, "Let's arm ourselves strongly with Kim Jong-il's patriotism." Disrespecting the communist dynasty can get you in big trouble. According to GQ, the Database Center for North Korean Human Rights confirmed a case of a factory janitor being prosecuted for bumping such a picture off the wall so that it fell and broke. Otto and the other tour members need to be careful. One wrong move, and they could face harsh punishment. Otto was raised in a suburb outside Cincinnati, Ohio, the oldest of 3 siblings. In high school, he was popular, athletic, and smart. At both prom and homecoming, he was crowned king. Speaking at his high school graduation, he quoted Andy Bernard from The Office.
I wish there was a way to know that you're in the good old days before you've actually left them.
Now, he's majoring in finance. Halfway through his junior year, he decides to do a winter break adventure to North Korea. It makes sense. He'll be studying abroad in Hong Kong in the spring. In 2015, the State Department's travel advisory for North Korea is clear. It recommends against Americans traveling there at all. On the other hand, the website of Young Pioneer Tours, Otto Warmbier's travel agency, said that traveling to North Korea was, quote, extremely safe. The tour operator specializes in taking...
Yo, that's literally cap. Like, if you, even in 2015, if you landed in North Korea and you just went, fuck Kim Jong-un, arrested.
You to destinations your mother would rather you stay away from.
Kim Jong-un is both fat and stupid, arrested, dead.
Parents had their concerns. But, as Cindy Warmbier later said, why would you say no to a kid like this? Early in the tour, the group is visiting this ship, the USS Pueblo. The North Korean military captured it.
I'm not suicidal.
In 1968. The North Koreans claimed it had entered their territorial waters.
I gotta rewind.
Captured it in 1968. The North Koreans claimed it had entered their territorial waters. Now it's a tourist attraction. When the North Korean tour guide explains that the ship was seized from the United States, he doesn't say
Yeah, and they always go, oh, with North Korea's might. With North Korea's might, we took hold of the ship. The very weak Americans died trying to fight us, and now we use it as a showcase that we're much stronger. Yo, we could flatten your country. Like, I mean, it's just it's garbage just being spit out of their mouth. Like, it is literally just like fucking king. Yo, nobody dick rides harder than the people of North Korea for Kim Jong-un. And it's not even because they want to. They have to, or they die.
United States. He says, the imperial enemy.
This is not political, chat, bro. I'm not putting a political warning.
In 1950 and 1953, the U.S. dropped an estimated 635,000 tons of bombs on the country, plus some 32,000 tons of napalm. Major cities were obliterated. 75% of Pyongyang was destroyed. During the war, as many as 1 million civilians perished.
Wow.
In 1953, a ceasefire ended combat in the Korean War, but a peace agreement was never signed. Technically, the North is still at war with the South, and with its ally, the US. Most Americans are unaware of this war, so much so that the Korean War is often referred to as the Forgotten War. Not so in North Korea. The North Korean tour guide explains what...
Some random history that I'm probably going to poorly explain to you is that the U.S. originally didn't even want to get involved in, like, Asian war, like, involvements. But during or right before the Korean War, something happened with Taiwan and the U.S. wasn't going to get involved. And because it was outside of like the line of protection or something that they had geographically drawn. And then there was something that roped in the U.S. to Korea. And then that like fucked everything for like the involvement of China and Taiwan. And then also like Russia and how they backed the North Korean. It was like the Iron Curtain involvement where they were trying to get South Korea to be taken over. And so it became this whole thing that the U.S. ended up getting in. I'm explaining this terribly. Yeah, it was like originally there was no plan for the U.S. to even enter the Korean War. Like we were just going to be like, we're out of it. It's not our problem, you know? And then they just roped us in.
82 American sailors that were captured along with the ship. They were beaten, starved, and only released after 11 months. Otto Warmbier is not visiting just any country.
Also, correct me if I'm wrong on that. I probably got info wrong there, and I explained it bad.
He's in enemy territory. Danny Grattan, his roommate during the tour, will later recount that Otto seemed a little bit shocked. To lighten the mood, he and the other tour members give Otto a nickname, Imperial Enemy. The rest of the tour goes smoothly. Sightseeing during the day, restaurants and bars at night. They even engage with the local kids by having a friendly snowball fight. One of the reasons people
You just throw an ice ball and kill one of them, and then that's a big deal, too. That'd be fucking scary, bro.
travel is to understand the world a little better.
Like, I feel like if I was in North Korea, I wouldn't want to do anything there. Like, I would just sit in a room and wait until it was time to leave.
Brilliant does that for learning. It helps you engage with ideas in a hands-on way, so you can unlock
It's an ad.
to everything on the platform. Back to January 1st, after the fireworks. When the tour group returns to the Yanggokdo Hotel, they split up. Some go to the bar. Danny Grattan heads to the bowling alley. They lose track of Otto.
I'd be hitting that bowling alley up too, bro. Oh my God. Second they say we got a bowling alley in the hotel, yo, I'm on the lanes nonstop.
When Danny gets to his room, around 4:30 a.m., Otto is in bed, sound asleep. Then, a day and a half later, the group is ready to get on the plane. It's time to go home. As the last members of the group, Danny's and Otto's passports are checked. The officers take an unusually long time to scan their documents. Then Otto feels a sudden tap on his shoulder. There are 2 North Korean soldiers behind him. They lead him away. Danny doesn't think much of it and jokes, "Well, that's the last we'll ever see of you."
Oh my God, and that actually was the last time they saw him. I wonder if he would be able, like, was there anything he could have told them that would have them let him go? Because, like, they know he took the poster. So is there anything he could have said that would have been like, even if he was like, I love this country so much, I wasn't trying to commit a crime, I just wanted to have this poster as a memento because I'm too poor to ever come back here, and this is just something that I really wanted to, like, know. Even then, it just doesn't matter. You stole it.
Months later, Otto is standing trial in North Korea's Supreme Court. He's accused of...
I was going to start a North Korean worship cult in the United States, and this was going to be something that I wanted to spread North Korean ideologies to the United States. Like, even if you were saying some shit like that.
Violating Article 60 of the DPRK Criminal Code, state subversion. The central piece of evidence is this CCTV footage. It's time-stamped. The early hours of New Year's Day, 2016. It shows a staff-only area in the Yanggokdo Hotel. A shadowy figure removes a poster from the wall and appears to set it on the ground.
Oh, he was in a staff-only room? Do you think they would have noticed if he had taken something from the hotel? That's what I know this is in the hotel, but I'm saying his room. Like, that's more what I would have tried to do. Like, if I was going to take something, like something from the room.
The poster looked like this, a propaganda poster, and it contained the Supreme Leader's name. Let's arm ourselves strongly with Kim Jong-il's patriotism. To remove it from the wall is a serious crime, a bid to impair the unity of North Korea's people. And that shadowy figure? According to the prosecutors, that is Otto Warmbier. The trial only lasts an hour. The Young Pioneers' North Korean tour guide testifies against Otto. A second witness takes the stand, an employee who says they noticed the poster had been taken from the wall. Otto's belongings are presented as evidence, and fingerprints are shown on a flat-screen TV. But most of the supposed evidence came from Otto's confession 2 weeks earlier. Here, he goes into the details.
Oh my God, don't tell me he actually didn't take the poster and they just framed a random guy.
On January 1st, 2016, New Year's Day, I committed severe crimes against both the people and the government of the DPR Korea. The task was given by the Friendship United Methodist Church. At the encouragement of the Z Society and the connivance of the United States administration.
He's saying that the U.S. government and the Methodist Church implored him to take the poster. Did he take it or did he just put it down? Like, I don't understand.
I came to commit this crime task.
The full story goes like this. His friend's mother, a deaconess at the Friendship Methodist Church in his hometown of Cincinnati, Ohio, instructed him to deal a blow to North Korea by stealing an important political slogan to be hung in her church as a trophy. As a reward, he'd receive a used car worth $10,000. Were he to be detained, the church would pay his family $200,000.
The aim of this crime was...
Oh, wow. So this was literally just all set up by North Korea, and they just framed a guy to, like, say that he was conspiring against the state?
To harm the work ethic and motivation of the Korean people.
He told his mother about his plans.
She cried and said not to do anything dangerous. I considered less, not wanting to hurt my mother. But since then, I received several alluring pressures from the Friendship United Methodist Church, leading me to finally decide on my crime attempt.
He then shared his plans with a member of the Z Society, a secret society at the University of Virginia that Otto wanted to join. He'd heard all of its members go on to get high-paying jobs.
He promised if I was successful, he would help me gain membership in the Z Society.
Finally, he decided to do it.
After I planned in detail to accomplish my plan.
Yo, and, like, do the North Korean people in this room believe this guy? Or do they also all know that this is a load of horse shit crafted up by some fucking dumbass on their end trying to say that, yeah, Otto Warmbier got paid by a random church pastor to fucking steal a poster? And that if he stole the poster, he would receive great financial gains and a used $10,000 car, as well as high-position job options when he returns. To steal a $5 fucking poster that is probably made of dog shit fucking material as well.
On the early morning of January 1st, 2016, I committed my crime of taking out the important political slogan from the staff-only area of the Yangakdo International Hotel, aimed at harming the work ethic and the motivation of the Korean people.
And he explains...
What, the fucking one janitor and the maid at the hotel, dude? They probably have no guests at that fucking hotel anyway. I mean...
The plot goes all the way to the top.
The United States administration already knows about my act through the CIA, which is closely linked to the Z Society, and connived at my...
Yo, the Z Society actually sounds like some shit that's made up from, like, a Disney film. Like, genuinely.
crime.
The church, too, is linked to the government.
The Friendship United Methodist Church is not a typical church. It is very wealthy, with $42 million. That is why the United States administration...
Yeah, the fucking $42 million. I mean, that number might be accurate, across all of the Methodist churches combined. His local Cincinnati church does not have $42 million.
Has very close ties with this church.
He was manipulated, plain and simple.
I was clearly given the task by the Friendship United Methodist Church. I was encouraged by the Z Society. My crime is very severe and pre-planned. I regret my actions more than anything. I beg for forgiveness, and I beg for help in any way possible to save my life.
완비의 발언이 끝났습니다. 들으신 바와 같이 미 행정부는 우리 공화국을 반대하는 정말 더러운 행위를 감행하고 있습니다.
Experts agree that Otto Warmbier's confession seemed quite obviously coerced and staged.
Yeah. What? I mean, yo, how, dude, even the average North Korean person watching this, there's no way that they don't know what Methodists are. Like, I think they're just going, oh, the religion in the United States. Yeah, they always say religion's bad here. Ooh, they're conniving against us.
Has a history of coercing confessions, and the U.S. accused North Korea of broadcasting this one for propaganda purposes. A member of the Z Society said Otto had never approached them and denied any affiliation with the
What is the Z Society? That's an actual thing? What the fuck? A secret society that was founded in Virginia in 1892? Remain anonymous because the belief that service, when provided anonymously, provides a unique philanthropic opportunity.
CIA. And the senior pastor at Friendship United Methodist Church said he didn't know of the deaconess mentioned by Otto. But this is later, after it's too late. Now, standing before the Supreme Court, all Otto can do is beg.
I was used and manipulated. Please, act to save me. Please save my life.
But his pleas fall on deaf ears. He's handcuffed and led from the room. He's been sentenced to 15 years of hard labor. 2 days later, on March 18, the Korean Central News Agency released the CCTV footage to the public. Western news outlets treat
Bro, that's not him. Oh my God. I feel like the story I was fed was from North Korea. What the fuck?
the footage with suspicion. That figure could be anyone.
That shit's in 140p.
One story notes that the corridor is well lit, something that, in a country where electricity is scarce, is far from the norm for staff-only spaces. Some of his tour mates give interviews. One of them, Sarah McLaughlin, says there was an issue with the time shown in the video.
Your group had been out at a New Year's Eve party in the hours before that. Were you even back at the hotel then?
No, the time didn't match up at all.
According to her,
what the fuck? So from the start, North Korea planned on pinning this on someone, and they picked Otto because he didn't go out with the rest of them. Like, if Otto had gone bowling or something, they would have just picked somebody else.
The young pioneers didn't return to the hotel until around 3 a.m., more than an hour after the footage was allegedly captured.
Oh my God.
Another tour mate says in an interview with the BBC that Otto was careful to observe the rules. They'd been told not to take pictures of military staff or installations, and he'd been nervous when taking a photo with military personnel in the background.
Men for mig giver det simpelthen ikke mening, at den samme fyr, som stod og var så nervøs over at få taget det her ene billede, som måske var lidt på kant med det, vi havde fået at vide, vi måtte, så kunne drikke sig så fuld og forvandle sig til et helt andet menneske nærmest, og så bare jorde op og prøve at stjæle et banner.
His roommate, Danny Grattan, also doubts that it was Otto.
We never mentioned anything remotely like that. We'd already bought some souvenirs. In my heart of hearts, the guy I knew for 3 or 4 days was not that type of guy.
Everything about the whole story was fabricated, in my opinion.
But why?
Otto's parents, Fred and Cindy, turned to the Obama administration for help, but the
Oh, was Trump not president at this time?
Warmbiers later said they were advised to keep quiet. According to GQ, Robert King, the special envoy for North Korean human rights issues, warned that drawing media attention to the ordeal might anger the regime.
Oh my God, and then they would just kill him. I don't even think that's bad, the government, because my point was like, if Trump was president, I feel like he'd be like, I'm just going to kill you guys, give him back. But then they would just kill him. King warned Warmbiers to expect a marathon, not a sprint. He recommended the family be quiet to avoid antagonizing the unpredictable regime.
Media attention to the ordeal
Yeah, because they could just do anything.
might anger the regime. What makes it even more complicated is that the United States has never had a formal diplomatic relationship with North Korea. There is no U.S. embassy in Pyongyang.
Yeah, so how are they even going to communicate?
The Swedish ambassador serves as the liaison for Americans, but the Swedes' calls and emails are met with silence. The days turn to weeks, turn to months. Efforts at back-channel diplomacy are stymied. The issue is passed from one administration to the next. No one knows where Otto is, what he's doing, or how he's being treated. Then, in early June 2017, some 17 months after his detention, the news finally arrives. Otto is unconscious. An extraction team of doctors and diplomats is put together. And finally,
Let me start by saying that I'm glad Secretary of State Rex Tillerson and I, along with a very talented team, were able to get Otto Warmbier back with his parents.
Fucking idiot, dude. Like, I mean, like, we got Otto Warmbier back. He's in a fucking coma. We got Otto Warmbier back. He's brain dead. He's, what the fuck? We got him off the plane. You got him back. You got a body back, bro. You ain't get the guy back. Otto's not there mentally.
Otto Warmbier is returned to U.S. soil on June 13.
We're thrilled that our son is on American soil, and I'm able to talk to you on Otto's behalf, and I'm able to wear the jacket that he wore when he gave his confession. Otto, I love you, and I'm so crazy about you.
Bro, this whole fucking thing feels weird, man. Like, even there, I feel like the dad would be, like, crashing out.
Last night, being able to see Otto for the first time in, gosh, I bet it's 18 months, it was fantastic.
Mad at Trump? I'm not mad at Trump. I'm just saying that speech where they were like, oh, we got Otto Warmbier back. Like, it's not a victory, bro. He's not, like, make sure he's alive and well. Like, that'd be like, we got this person back. He's in a vegetative state.
Otto's not in great shape right now, and he's been through a real tough time, and it's great to have him with us, and I'm very proud of him.
Otto is home.
Were they supposed to leave him there? No, but don't announce on a press conference to up your PR that you got a guy back like you just killed Osama bin Laden, when in reality, the guy you got back, you didn't get back safe. That's all I'm saying. Like, they were met with soft ears, did nothing for 17 months, and then he comes back fucking almost dead.
When Cindy and Fred met Otto at the airport, they were shocked.
We walked over to the plane. We heard this howling, involuntary, inhuman sound. Otto was on the stretcher across in the plane, and he was jerking violently, making these inhuman sounds. Otto had a shaved head. He had a feeding tube coming out of his nose. He was blind. He was deaf.
We got Otto Warmbier back. Like, you see the point I'm trying to make? You see the point? That's all I was just trying to say. Can we lock back in on this poor guy that's dying, right? Like, that's all I was just trying to say is, like, why are you giving a speech like it's a fucking victory, bro? Like,
He was taken to the University of Cincinnati Medical Center's Neuroscience Intensive Care Unit, where extensive imaging and diagnostic tests immediately began.
His vital signs were stable upon arrival and have remained so.
He doesn't need
He was blind, deaf, on a feeding tube, and convulsing violently. Wow.
help breathing, no signs of infection. No.
What do we know why? Do we know why they sent him back? Like, did North Korea just ship him back? Fern didn't fill that. He said the Swedish liaison couldn't contact North Korea. Nothing happened for 17 months, and then randomly they're informed that he's unconscious and he's shipped back to the United States. So what? Like, North Korea, like, almost killed the guy and went, oh, fuck, now this is going to be a problem. We got to send him back.
Dysfunction of non-neurological organs. His neurological condition, though, is described as unresponsive wakefulness,
Oh, were they, like, electrocuting him or something?
what used to be called a vegetative state. He blinks. Sometimes his eyes open, but he isn't aware of his surroundings and doesn't respond to verbal commands.
Oh, are you not supposed to say that anymore? I thought that was like a fucking medical term. No, it just says it's unresponsive. A vegetative state or unresponsive wakefulness syndrome means a person is awake but shows no signs of awareness, purposeful response to their environment, and this is due to severe brain damage. Yeah, so they were like torturing him.
To see how he came home was too much for us, but I almost passed out, but I got it together and I rode in the ambulance with him because I did not want him to be alone anymore. He'd been alone for way too long.
He's surrounded by his loved ones, but his condition soon worsens. He develops a high fever, 40 degrees Celsius. Fred and Cindy Warmbier are told that he'll never wake up, and they ask to have his feeding tube removed. 6 days after his release, Otto is dead. The news travels across the world.
The family of Otto Warmbier has said goodbye.
Valid. That's what I'm saying, dude. When you get told that they're never going to wake up and they're just going to be perpetually kept alive on machines, it's time, you know?
Nach dem Tod des
Sad.
Studenten Otto Warmbier.
Otto Warmbier скончался после возвращения из тюрьмы в Северной Корее.
Otto Warmbier murió pocos días después de ser entregado a los...
And what's so bad is we won't even know what they did to him, right? Because it's like, if he had woken up, he could have been like, Jesus Christ, and like told his story of like the North Korean prison camps and how they tortured him and all this other stuff, but he's fucking dead. So it's just like they literally just got sent a body.
而在台湾时间今天20号凌晨去世。
The American student who fell into a coma while in North Korean custody and has died.
On June 22, in Wyoming, Ohio, more than 2,500
There's a city named Wyoming, Ohio.
people attend his funeral. The condition in which Otto Warmbier came back to the U.S. and his
I did not know that there were cities that had the state name for a city. 500 people attended his funeral. Wow.
Wyoming, Ohio, more than 2,500.
They always say the impact on the people you had in your life is determined by how many people show up at your death.
People attend his funeral. The condition in which Otto Warmbier came back to the U.S. and his subsequent death are discussed nationwide. He left the United States in good health. He returned on the brink of death.
Do you know what happened to him in North Korea?
Untrue. I don't think it's untrue, but I think how you affect and touch people in your life does matter, right? The people that care are the people that show up.
I don't.
Content note: the following chapter discusses suicide. Viewer discretion is advised. Upon his release, North Korea gave an explanation for Otto's state. They said he contracted botulism, a rare and severe kind of food poisoning, after eating a meal of spinach and pork. After he fell ill,
They were probably giving him fucking slop and actual terrible food, dude. Like, they weren't keeping him in good condition.
they gave him a sleeping pill, to which he had some sort of unexpected reaction, which sent him into a state of unresponsive wakefulness. But U.S.